Good morning, everyone, and great to see everybody. Doesn't seem that long ago that we were together. I'd like to welcome you and call to order our Middlesex County Budget Committee meeting for Friday, February the 19th. Is there any disclosure of interest? Seeing none, I will turn it over to Cindy to kind of, I think, have some opening remarks and walk us through the day.
Great. Thanks very much. And it's great to be here for day 2 of our 2021 budget. We had a full day yesterday with a number of department heads coming in, doing a budget presentation and answering some budget questions. So today we have another group of department heads coming in, and Chris Trainey's on the line here. He's first up, and then we have a lodge is coming in. Next, we have a break, and then we're on to social services. So those are a number of big departments that we're going to be talking about and reviewing before we go to lunch. And then after lunch, we're going to be having a conversation in regards to the administration budget, which includes, of course, council, treasury, the CAO's department, clerks, legal, and human resources. So again, another big budget to discuss and review. And then we're going to have a chance to look at that budget recap, have a little bit of a conversation in regards to the combination of looking at everybody's budget together and talking about next steps. And at the end of that, we'll have to determine, do we need another day to review everything? I've also prepared a COVID summary, so we can look at the additional funding that we received in 2020, and some of it will carry forward over into 2021 as well. You'll see that there was a lot of additional dollars that we received either from federal or provincial. So we're very grateful in order to receive that from those levels of governments to support us during this very tough and challenging COVID period. Now, in that summary, you'll also notice some of the money is to be used on operations, for example, against lost revenue or additional expenditures. And some of it also is departmental in relation. So what I mean is we got funding just for land ambulance or for long-term care. But we'll go into a little bit more depth this afternoon when we review that. So now I'm going to turn it over to the warden to introduce our first guest.
Okay, thanks for that, Cindy. Does anybody, before I do that, have any questions for Cindy at this stage? Okay. Then I am pleased to welcome Chris Trainey to the discussion. Everyone knows Chris is the county engineer, so this will be an interesting budget, I'm sure. And at this time, I will pass it over to you, Chris. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And it's interesting, it's my 20th budget with the county, so it's time flies when you're having fun. So yeah, it's unbelievable. But anyways,
celebration.
So Greg, PowerPoint, I guess. Here we go. Transportation. I always think and talk to Bill about this a fair bit about whether transportation really should be the name of this department. We should think of something a little bit more on point. But I guess transportation is still the #1 thing we do here amongst the whole portfolio of things we do in our department. So next slide, please. So who we are? There's about 50 of us. It goes up and down. It's seasonal. Again, we now have over 1,600 lane kilometers of roads and over 250 bridges. I think it's like 1,640 something and 254 now for the bridges. And then we do fire communication still. We manage the dispatch agreement with Strathmore Caradoc. We own and operate the radio repeater system, which is a critical piece of infrastructure. And then of great importance this year is emergency management and the big role that we're playing right now with the vaccinations and other COVID-related issues. And then we also provide household special waste to county residents at the City of London landfill. Next slide, please. So what are we doing? You know, one of our big operations is winter maintenance. But it's all things related to road maintenance. So our traffic signals, patching, line painting, signs and guide rails. Most of these things we all do in-house, which is really a way that we've managed to keep our costs competitive over the years. And the budget this year will propose us to get us to about $16.5 million in capital works. Again, based on sound asset management practices and trying to maintain our infrastructure in its current or better condition. And then our fleet right now is about 80 different pieces of equipment. Majority of them are trucks, large trucks, but we also have graders, loaders, excavators, forklifts. We have a paint truck, a vacuum truck, and all sorts of other equipment. Next slide. So why do we do it? And this is sort of our caveat here. We want to maintain a safe, efficient, and structurally sound and connected road system, right? So that's vital for us. Middlesex County is an agricultural community, and having these good road networks are important. It also provides us an opportunity to provide utilities like natural gas and hydro and broadband now. And then again, road safety is really key for us as well. And then our community safety. So we are part of our role is with fire radio communications, you know how critical that can be, and then emergency management. Next slide. So we weren't really that poorly affected by COVID-19. Of course, we were considered to be an essential service. You know, roads, if they're not maintained, that's certainly a hazard to drivers. So we continue to do everything that we had planned to do in 2020 and continue through with capital works, our road maintenance and road construction. So we didn't have a huge impact other than we had to change the way we did things. We had to isolate our crews into pods. Those of you who don't know, we operated 4 main sort of districts in the county, and we wanted to make sure we didn't cross-pollinate between those districts. Normally, we would pull a few staff from different districts and put them on a bridge crew, a few staff from here and there and do road construction. We just had staff from those districts actually attend and do those things. And actually, it was a good thing. We had some people who normally wouldn't get the opportunity to work on some of those projects, got some experience with that. Our only real additional expenditure is with emergency management. Of course, Bettina Weber, who's our CEMC, normally works part-time, and that really shifted up. She did her best to control the amount of hours that she worked, but again, there was, with any emergency, and it's written within our contract with her, you know, she's here to provide us support. And then John Ellison's done a tremendous job, especially in the recent weeks with getting the Mount Bridges vaccination clinic set up. So we did have some additional expenditures there, and those are going to expect to continue through into 2021. Next slide, please. So here's some of our highlights for this year. We're in a very exciting one, an expensive one, but an exciting one is starting the implementation of the infrastructure for the Middlesex County cycling strategy. A number of roads in our capital works program for this year have paved shoulders included. So the construction of those paved shoulders will provide us some of the initial connecting links within our cycling system. We're also starting on the first steps in constructing the first roundabout we've ever constructed in Middlesex County. The actual roundabout likely won't be in operation until 2022, but there's a lot of work to do before we get there, and that's starting this year. We had about a 3% overall growth in the amount of roads that we maintain and own because of the county road and bridge assumption study that was completed last year. So those are officially part of our road system, and they're now accounted for within our budget. Due to the dedication of this council and previous councils to the quality of our bridge infrastructure, we have brought I am recommending we bring our bridge infrastructure up to that $4.5 million mark per year in investment. That should help us meet our asset management practices and policies with regards to our bridge infrastructure. Central Garage, the expansion is almost complete. We're looking for a sort of end of March, early April completion for that. That's going to help us create some staff efficiencies where we're going to be able to facilitate our operations and our technical staff to operate at the same facility. And then exciting to me anyways is our partnerships with the local municipalities for urban renewal projects. So we're completing the project in Strathroy. There's other projects going to start in Strathroy, but we're completing the Caradoc Street project this year. It's almost done. And we're starting new projects in Park Hill and Thorndale. So those are great projects for us to get involved with our local municipal partners. Next page, Greg. So 2021 opportunities, I certainly, in looking at my crystal ball, I think we will see some infrastructure dollars come down from the province and from the federal government. So we're going to be in a good position, in my opinion, to leverage those with regards to especially our cycling infrastructure, but hopefully our bridge infrastructure as well. We have some shovel-ready projects sort of on the shelf that we'll be able to put out into an application if those infrastructure funding programs do come into being. We're improving our partnerships. So again, we had a great experience with Strathmore last year. We've always had good experiences with these urban renewal projects. Strathmore was a very interesting one. And I think we'll have similar ones in Thorndale and in Park Hill. So we're helping to strengthen those relationships. We're also continuing to strengthen just our inter-staff relationship with Public Works, all of the Public Works staff. So, you know, we meet bi-weekly now with the directors, and we actually are now starting to sort of schedule some in-house types of seminars and training. So we're strengthening those partnerships on the Public Works side, which is great. I already mentioned our road staff efficiencies, again, getting people all sort of centered in the same location. We used to have to travel back and forth a fair bit. Still tough to do remote work for most of the things that we do. So getting the central garage expansion in place is going to be very, very helpful. And then modernization, again, we've really kind of lagged a bit, I think, in our department with moving into the digital age. So we're moving forward more with technology to help us with our minimum maintenance standards, so our road patrolling software. We're doing different things with our asset management software. So those sorts of things are coming into play this year in sort of a more advanced nature. Next page. So what are our challenges? I mean, COVID-19 is still going to be a challenge. I think that everyone's presentation is going to say the same. Again, making sure that we isolate our staff, make sure everybody's being well protected until everyone's vaccinated, and make sure that we don't have any kind of chance to spread COVID amongst our staff in different areas. Succession planning. I haven't talked about this for a while, but you know, we are seeing some retirements in the county on the administration side. We're also seeing some upcoming retirements in our sort of middle management on the county road side. They're approaching quickly, so we're working again internally with our staff to make sure that those things, if some of these staff decide to retire a little quicker than they initially had hoped. We're also having some challenges just replacing staff, because in COVID time, it's tough to bring new staff on board and tough to replace that historical knowledge. And then asset management. You know, 2021 in July, we have to have the next stage. We're defining all our levels of service, defining all of our assets, providing those core assets into a formalized plan that has to go to the provincial government as per the new legislation. And we are already working on that. So Ryan Hillinger, who's our engineering supervisor, is working with EWA in the Treasury Department, and they're working together closely to get our asset management plan into shape for this July. Next page. So our highlights here, and again, we'll go through these in more detail. Our operating costs are increasing to reflect material and labor increases, as well as the additional roads and bridges that have been added to our system. We've expanded the capital program to start to pay for the about $64 million investment that we need for implementing the recommendations of the Middlesex County Cycling Strategy. If we do go to the $4.5 million this year, that'll bring us in line with about our 10-year expected expenditures to cover our bridge assets. Of course, we'll have to reevaluate that in a couple of years, but I think we'll be in really good shape for the next few years anyways. And then our COVID-19 impacts with regards to our management operations, just again, a little elevated costs there. We had hoped to see our emergency management costs start to decline, but unfortunately, I think we're going to have another busy year for those staff. Next page. Madam Warden, that's it for my PowerPoint presentation. I can answer questions, or we can move on to the detailed budget.
Okay, I lost everybody there for a minute. Okay, thanks for that, Chris. So at this point, are there any questions that anybody has for Chris on the broad overview that he just presented? Okay, seeing none, if you just want to, Chris, kind of walk us through just the lines, and maybe as you share that, then I'm sure there'll be questions that arise from there.
Yeah, before I dive into the lines, I'm just going to give you a couple of sort of overview type of numbers. I think sometimes people don't quite understand how, especially seeing as this is going to be viewed, that people may want an explanation of how we manage the department in roads to make sure that we're providing value for tax dollars. So one of the things that we do is job cost accounting. So every piece of equipment, every labor hour, every liter of diesel fuel, every ton of salt that we use gets allocated somewhere. So it'll get allocated to a maintenance account like winter maintenance or line painting or signs, or it'll get allocated to a capital account. So it'll be road construction or a bridge maintenance program. So we at job costs allocate everything into these job numbers, and as Cindy will tell you, we've got a binder full of job numbers with subcodes. So when we do our budgeting, things can be a bit challenging when you look at the individual lines. But from a high look down, we try to make sure that we're doing things, things are still balancing out. So for example, it costs us about $9,400 a kilometer, a centerline kilometer, for us to maintain our road system, and about $6,600 of that is winter maintenance. So when I look year to year, that number, if I add all my maintenance accounts together, that number should always divide out to be about that. You know, it was, I think, about 91 last year, but with the increases that we're expecting for our labor costs and materials, you know, that'll go up by that 2.5–2% every year, so that we'll see that same number. So when all the line items add up, we should see that number sort of stay the same with a slight increase. Same thing with our capital budget. Although there's a jump this year, we still look to maintain our capital roads sort of a level budget number with a slight increase. We normally would recommend about a 1% increase to that capital budget year to year. This year we're recommending a 3% increase plus the cycling to account for the 3% increase in our total roads that we own in the county road system. And again, so that we've sort of jumped up to that $11 million mark plus every year. So again, we don't see big swings. When we have a big project, we don't have to, you know, go to the taxpayer and say, well, you need to pay for this big project this year, but next year we might not do quite as much. This levels things out. That's why we transfer the money into reserve, and then we transfer from reserves into these individual capital budgets when the projects arise. So things like the Glendon Drive roundabout, for example, we don't spend all the money in one year. We invest into it slowly, and you'll see the investment starting in this year's capital guide, and then that gets spread out over several years, and then we just draw that out of reserves. So these capital projects. So that's sort of the basis for when I'm looking at the budget as a whole. Those are sort of the numbers that will dial out of that, and then we make sure that things balance out at the end of the year. So if we go through the sort of the line items here, so from our revenue side, again, we still from the City of London, we still get around $1.25 million a year for annexation compensation from back in went during amalgamation days. So we still have that goes into the county transportation budget. Federal gas tax went up this year, so we're about 2.27 million. And the OSIF money, which is the similar formula-based funding from the province, stayed the same, but it did go up the year prior. So we're seeing those sort of things sort of bounce off one another. So one will go up, the other one will stay the same. It's just the way that they've kind of been set out by the province and the federal government. If we're looking through our operating costs for road maintenance, we can go through those in detail. I think that's number 7. You can see the numbers going up and down on some of those. They're all around 5%. Again, that's due to the increase in this road system. And then on top of that, the increase to our labor costs, which I believe are 1.85 for the outside union this year. And then are, about 1%, 1.5% for materials. The only one that changes, you'll see 100%, is traffic counting. Traffic counting goes up and down every other year. This year, we're doing our full system. On the odd years, we do everything. Every road gets a traffic count. On the even years, we just do some more focused sort of individual local traffic counts. Then we might do some other traffic counts. So that's the one that goes up and down every year. The bridge and culvert maintenance is going to stay the same. This is still under our number 8. Again, we're still seeing about the same. We do more work than that, but these are for small projects. So we go in and, for example, we do bridge washing, so wash debris off the bridges. We might do grass cutting or debris removal, those types of things that get allocated to those two funds. So those are for smaller projects. Our overhead, again, overhead looks like a big jump, and the big jump here is with regards to our insurance premiums. And I'm sure we'll talk about more of that during administration, but our insurance premiums went up significantly within this budget. And that's the big jump if you look through the list. The other ones are a little bit smaller. Materials and supplies and building maintenance, those went up simply because of the central garage expansion. So we see a little bit more of a need for some additional supplies this year. And then the building maintenance number, of course, we have more building to maintain. So that number went up slightly. WSIB, I ran that up a little bit more. Again, we've been seeing more types of WSIB claims, and the average has gone up over the years. So I felt it was time that we bumped up that budget line item as well. We've been over 60,000 for the last few years. We're hoping to bring that down, but again, we have an aging workforce. That's the nature of what we do, is sort of more physical labor. So we do have a number of WSIB claims from time to time. Equipment and housing. So this one, you'll see there's a credit in this account, and the credit here is based on what we charge ourselves to run our equipment. So the credit on this line item is paid for out of other lines. So for example, our winter maintenance budget has huge swings. I'll go back to that in 1 second. There's one thing I forgot to mention. There'll be huge swings based on what kind of a winter we had. Last year, we had a really good winter. We didn't have a lot of expenditures on our winter maintenance side. That would negatively affect the credit we charge back on our equipment and housing side. So the actuals for 2020, they're not reflected here. Again, this is coming out of Questica, but if I look at my actuals for 2020, and again, we'll talk about surpluses later, that number will be lower simply because we didn't run as many trucks or charge as many truck hours or equipment or labor to winter maintenance. So that number will fluctuate up and down. The rest of the numbers stay about the same. They go up and down again, and you'll see the big changes. Insurance, we're estimating about 15% increase on insurance premiums for our fleet, and that's charged against our equipment and housing budget. Waste management, small item listed there, $25,000 a year is what we paid at the City of London to run that program, worth every penny. Absolutely seamless. We're thankful that we have that good partnership with the City of London. Emergency fire and 911, you'll see a couple of increases there. Again, those are around our fire dispatch, our service costs, and then our fire. It's not a maintenance agreement, but there is a maintenance agreement there, but it's also the cost of us to run our fire radio repeater system and the cost of sort of repairs and upgrades to equipment within that system. I had expected emergency planning to drop, but I'm keeping it the same with the increase in the salaries and some of our material increases there to bring it up by about $3,000. Again, I think we'll have another busy year. I hope that tapers off. It sort of sped up at the beginning of last year. I hope it tapers off at the end of this year. So hopefully we'll be in line looking for a decrease in 2022. And then the last 4 lines are with regards to our transfers to capital. So these are our different capital expenditures. This funds our fleet, this funds our road and bridge programs, and this funds our facilities. So these different funding opportunities here, the big change, of course, is the increase to the roads capital to account for the increase in the system and the cycling program. And then bridge capital, again, that's been a recommendation for a number of years, getting us up to that $4.5 million. Did want to say, and I keep forgetting, it keeps sliding under my head, about winter maintenance. We had for a number of years a pretty significant deficit on our winter maintenance operations, where we had a recommendation, this is going back a number of years, to increase our winter maintenance expenditures by 7% year to year. I'm finally recommending that we can eliminate that practice and get back to just funding winter maintenance along with the rest of our maintenance program. So a level increase across the board for our road maintenance. We're at a point now where our winter maintenance expenditures are very close to being in line with what we would expect to spend every year on winter maintenance. So I don't think we're behind anymore. So I'm very happy that we're where we are, and I'm not recommending that additional increase over and above our normal maintenance increases. The last 3 pages will give you, 4 pages, I guess, give you a highlight of what our capital program is planned for this year. The estimated costs, I'll just caution you, and again, these are high-level estimated costs. These come out of our 5-year guide. We'll drill down on these a little bit more just to get before you see the next report come out of the capital budget. It doesn't impact the levy or the operating budget as a whole. This all operates underneath this transfers from reserves. So the numbers you see, they're sort of a high-level estimate, and we can get more detailed on those. But again, any change to any of these capital program numbers won't result in a change to the budget. Okay, so I think that's sort of how I tried to explain how we fund our capital program. So we've got 4 capital reconstruction projects, two in Strathroy, finishing off the Caradoc Street project. Glengyle Drive is going to be reconstructed. We're actually going to have a virtual public meeting for that in March. And then we are starting the program. You see the numbers are fairly low for Thorndale and Park Hill Urban. This is just to get started. Once we get the detailed engineering, there'll be an additional expenditure for those projects in 2022, similar to how we did Caradoc Street. We have an initial investment, get some work done this year, and the programs in conjunction with the local municipalities will progress in 2022. And this has always been a great practice for us, and I think this has worked very well. Our resurfacing projects, there's a list there. I won't run through them all. You can see them there. The Glennon Drive roundabout, of course, we're putting $1.5 million this year. It's a very expensive project. We're looking upwards of, I think, $4.5 million. So this will be one, as I was saying earlier, we'll invest over several years into this project. So we don't have a huge impact on the remainder of the program in order to fund something up front. We can spread out that expenditure over a number of years. Bridges and special projects, you see a number of bridge rehabilitations there. Black's Bridge, we've got $1.5 million in there. I know the EA is not fully complete, but we expect that our expenditures on that project will be around $1.5 million, depending on a number of the options that are being recommended to come out of the EA. And depending where that goes, I think I'm comfortable with $1.5 million. It may be a bit more, maybe a bit less. Kilworth Bridges in cooperation with the City of London. Some of these are partnerships. Bothwell Bridges with Chatham, Kent, and Elgin, County of Elgin. The 3 bridge rehabilitations listed are done with our own in-house staff. Thorndale Bridge replacement investment, again, similar to the Glennon Drive roundabout. This is another project. It's going to be between $8 and $10 million, and we're just investing as much as we can over the next 10 years. So I'm recommending about $800,000 a year to get us to the replacement schedule of that. But we're ready to go. This is a shelf-ready or a shovel-ready project if the government decides to give us some significant funding opportunities. This is one we'll very quickly be able to put together an application. And if we have a little bit of money in the bank, that helps us leverage the funding from the province or the federal government or both. Sainsbury traffic signals will be just about done. This accounts for the additional costs that were levied towards us from the MTO to get that project finished, but that should wrap up this spring. And then the Park Hill traffic signals was recommended in the report that I tabled on Tuesday. We're finally going to have all the traffic signals in the county upgraded to LEDs, which is fantastic. And we did have some challenges this winter with some freeze up, but we're working on that. But that's great news for us. Most of them will be in Strathroy. We were just leaving those ones all together as a single project to coincide with the completion of the Caradoc Street project. So that's great news. And then the miscellaneous cleanup is up for us to go back and do some cleanup around our previous construction jobs. So Bradley Ave was one of our construction jobs last year. We've got a little bit of work to do this spring. That account is meant for those expenses. And then we my staff spend about $100,000 $100,000 plus $125,000 a year doing in-house design. So that's accounting for all the work that our staff do on a number of projects, any kind of work we do with the planning department for road right-of-way acquisition and things like that, that comes out of that budget. And then municipal drains. It was over 250 for a number of years. It did go down last year, as I recall, and then we're always around that number. We, the philosophy has always been, we don't want to be an obstacle in the way of providing good, this is mainly for farm drainage, for farming, providing good farm drainage across the county. So we try and budget reasonably, but we don't want to be in a position where we say, oh, we can't do this job because we don't have the funding, just because it's so critical for agriculture in the county. So that's that $250,000 is that number. So Madam Warren, that's a high level overview of those things. Again, I can go through any part of this. I think the first 3 pages are a good descriptor of what I was trying to explain here about, again, we try and do about 95 kilometers of road rehabilitation a year to keep our system sort of level. We expect about 18 years of life out of our pavements, which is, I think, pretty good. And we're achieving that. Our cold in place asphalt recycling program has helped us get to that number. I think that's a very green program as well. We won an award for that a while back, and I think it goes to prove that we're doing what we can for the environment. It's always challenging. I know we're hearing a lot right now about the carbon impact of concrete. Not to say we wouldn't do a concrete road, but there's things we can do in the municipal works field to reduce our greenhouse gas impact, and the cold in place recycling is one of those ones that I continue to champion. So anyways, I'll leave it at that and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks for that, Chris. I'm sure that there are questions just on that cold in place. You before I forget, you had mentioned that you're really redeveloping or reconnecting with our municipal partners and all the public works staff. Have you ever reported to them that the benefits of that, and encourage them to look at that as a option for them when they are having to look at the projects in their own municipalities?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about not just cold in place recycling. That can be a bit tricky for local municipalities just because of the structural capacity of the roads. You have to have about 100 millimeters or about 4 inches of asphalt in order to have a good cold in place recycled base. But we have done other things. We worked with Enbridge to what's called concrete base stabilization, which is another recycling type of program where you actually mix up the existing surface treated road with the granular and the road base, and you inject cement into that road base. You basically make almost like a concrete road. They sort of shatter it so that it doesn't have concrete heaves or cracks, concrete expands or contracts, and then they just surface treat on top of that. So we're always looking at these different technologies, and part of the sort of the fun we have in our public works meetings is sort of sharing this information. And then actually we're getting sort of industry people kind of hearing about our sort of bi-weekly meetings, and we're actually going to have, they're having one with the sanitary guys. They're going to do on their side. We don't do sanitary servicing, so they're going to set that up for themselves. We're actually going to have a further presentation on this concrete base stabilization program, which might be something worthwhile for local municipalities to look at, especially around industrial parks or where they have heavy vehicles or lots of farm traffic. So yeah.
Okay, thanks. All right, any questions or comments on what Chris has presented at this point? Brian.
Thank you, Warden. Chris, a couple of questions, if I may. One is the cost of the cycling. You gave us the number before, and could you just tell me again the cost per kilometer adding the cycling lanes?
Yeah, it's because you're adding a lane of traffic, basically, because you're adding about 2 meters on either side. It's about $200,000 a kilometer to do the cycling infrastructure. So it's fairly expensive. And I'm undercharging it a bit. We're doing a little bit of experimentation this year on how the best way is to build that. We're using our staff to build, because you can't just put asphalt on the gravel shoulder or the clay shoulder. You'll lose that cycling lane in the first year. So we're looking at ways that we can do the sort of the base building up the base with our in-house equipment and staff. So we're going to try a couple different methods this year to do that. But it is about $220,000 a kilometer to build cycling infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Two others, if I may. One is a small one. It's the line painting that you do for the municipalities. The cost went up to the municipalities this past year. Is that because we weren't recouping our costs completely, or what happened there?
Well, I think the cost went up to the municipalities. We hadn't changed we usually do this every year, but we hadn't changed the equipment rental rates for a number of years. I shouldn't say we do them every year. We probably do them every other year, every 3 years. We hadn't looked at the line painter for a while, Brian. So that's why the hourly rate for that piece of equipment went up.
Okay, because I know we want to recoup that. We don't want to subsidize that. I mean, that's,
yeah.
My last one would be, has to go with that conversation we had at the last council meeting. We don't have anything in our budget for improvement of some intersections. Would that work within our existing budget? Would that be handled within that?
Yeah, absolutely. Anything we do, if it's additional signage, it's in the sign budget. If it's something to do with traffic signals, you see we spend about $300,000 of traffic signal maintenance every year. If it was lighting or things like that, we would take it out of that account. Line painting, again, we have a line painting account for that. So all those types of things allow us to be flexible. Future engineering and right of way. So if I have to send my staff out to do a traffic safety analysis at an intersection, we would take it out of that account as well, because it certainly would be, in my opinion, future engineering, because we're engineering for something that we're going to hopefully install in the short order.
So we wouldn't end up with a budget concern here to do these upgrades and stuff. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, through the warden to council, I guess, in a whole, or the committee as a whole. Budget never enters into our consideration for traffic safety improvements. Never has, never will, in my opinion. If there's an improvement to be made that, in sort of my engineering opinion, is going to make an immediate difference, we will do it. The challenge we have, of course, is there are a number of tools, some appropriate, some not, that although the public may think they're of a benefit, my engineering experience would say they're not. And I know that's sometimes a challenge, and that's where you folks come in to tell me if I'm off base, but we don't get into none of these things other than traffic signals are very expensive, Brian. Like, we've been talking about LED lights around a stop sign. I think they're around $8,000 to get an intersection installed, as far as I know, with the solar ones, maybe a little bit more. Those types of things, that is not a huge impact on the scope of what our budget is. And certainly there is some allowance in some of those line items for those things to happen.
All right, thanks, Chris. I just wanted to bring that up because I wanted it to be clear to people that it is not about the money. It's not about the budgeting. It's about doing the right thing and doing the best we can. So thank you. I'm good.
Any other questions or comments? Ina.
Thank you, Warden, through you to Chris. Chris, I know you were mentioning fire dispatch. 7% is a little higher than maybe a normal inflationary kind of increase. I missed why that was.
Through the warden to Councillor DeVete. So there's an increase there from Strathmore Caradoc in our fire maintenance agreement, and I could pull the exact number out. It's more than 2% year to year.
Okay.
We also have a little bit of an additional expenditure that we haven't been putting in that. We've been putting it in the other line item. So I just shifted one thing from one place to another. We've just found that John's been spending a lot more time on that file, especially because we've been making some changes, working with Strathmore Caradoc. So there's some additional time that we invest on that. It just doesn't happen. So we're dealing with that. We finally got an invoice for the burn permit expenditures that are part of that agreement. We hadn't seen them. And we finally got those expenditures this year, and we're looking at, it's about a $10,000 cost year to year. Going to have a further conversation now that we're getting those invoices with the local fire chiefs to talk about how we can reduce the number of calls we get for burn permits. But again, that expense comes to us because we don't have a formal agreement with the local chiefs on how to pay for that additional expenditure. And I don't think it's fair to pass an unknown cost back down to local municipalities for fire dispatch. And we handle that at the county level.
Sorry, how much of a delay are you talking here? Are you talking like a year or two ago. We're
2
getting
years.
2 years.
It's been 2 years. We didn't get burn permits charges in 2019. We did just get them for 2020, just prior to me submitting the budget. So I do have 2 years worth of burn permit invoices that came through. And again, this is through long discussions with Strathmore Caradoc police, some changes they've had, I think, internally at the dispatch center about getting the numbers out in a timely manner. It is included in the agreement. So they do have the, certainly it's part of what we expected to see. I was not certain what the value of that was going to be, but I think both years have been around 9,000-10,000. I don't think that will change much until we start changing practices on the other end. So I think now that we know the scope, there's some investment to be made in a number of local municipalities about how they handle burn permits. And now maybe we can understand what that cost is to the system and decide how we're going to deal with some of those challenges, because it's different in each municipality. But now we know what the challenge is, and I think we can have a meaningful conversation going forward. But it just came in January, so it's been too soon for us to go forward with those talks with the local fire chiefs.
Thank you kindly.
Is that it, Ina?
Yep, I think that was the one I missed in the, thank you.
Joanne, or I'll go Curtis and Joanne if you don't mind.
Through the warden, just a simple comment. Looking at the capital projects, I'm looking forward to that construction of that roundabout on Glendon, and looking forward to having that project move forward. You know, not that we're having to drive down that road right now to go to the county building for this budget meeting, but I know anybody that is traveling from the Mount Purchase area, or, you know, over in Alec Metcalf where I am, that's how I get to, you know, downtown London, is London Drive there. And it's needing for those improvements. So I'm looking forward to seeing that transform and seeing the hard work that you and the team in Middlesex Center have done. So really looking forward to that.
Yeah, thank you.
You have a comment, Ina?
Yeah, I was just saying, Curtis going into London and the people coming down Van Eck and going to Mount Bridges too, that corner is really tricky for a lot of people and annoying.
Mm-hmm.
It's just an increased volume, and it can't really handle all the angles properly. So yeah, I think everyone's happy it's going to move ahead.
It will be an exciting project. I have a brother-in-law that lives in Delaware, and so that's how I always travel. And it's, yeah, I think we're
so
all.
You're coming down. Yeah, it's not very good there.
Joanne. Oh,
sorry, I just is that the Ilderton County Road? Is that Ilderton Bridge that on the list of sorry, that was on page 16, County Road 16 Bridge Rehab? Is that the one in Ilderton by Hyde Park Road there, just east of that?
Yes, I believe that's the one.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. I was thinking it was, but I wasn't sure.
Yep.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you very much. Sorry, Kathy.
no worries. No worries. Joanne.
Thank you. Just a question on the emergency planning. Now, I imagine, is that Bettina's wages in there? And then what other types of things would be included under there? Because I mean, that's again, a jump. And of course, we don't have the actuals for this year. And this year was an emergency planning year. So just kind of wondering what would flush out to make that have to go up 3,000. I know it's just a small number, but it's already 122.
Yeah, through the warden to Councillor Vanderhayden. So John Elston, who's the deputy CEMC for the county, but he has done a ton of work, and the vaccination clinics have been challenging. So John has already done like, we'll spend a lot in January. John has done a ton of work in January and into February to get that clinic set up. There was a lot, as you know, there was a lot of things that had to change there, a lot of like electrical work they had to do, a bunch of things to do with that center that John actually spearheaded for us, which was great. I think he worked really well with Fred and the team over at Strathmore Caradoc to get that all in place. And John still got some work to do for us on the emergency management side. We also resupplied, and I'm not sure how much this committee knows, but we're out with the vaccination clinic, but just we're going to have a volunteer commitment there with our serve team through into probably mid to late March. So we're getting new stuff for our serve, we're getting some serve vests, getting some more serve supplies, because they're making a huge commitment I'm also looking at, and I'll be back with a report for you later in March, some kind of a serve appreciation. These people are putting in a lot of hours to help the function of that clinic. Yesterday was great. Today seems to be going good so far, from Bettina telling me this morning that they're gung-ho ready to go. But I can imagine by the middle of March, things are going to
35 people.
35 yesterday, ramping up. But that was good. That was a way to step them in. So I imagine by even the beginning of March, these volunteers will start to get fatigued. So I'm going to ask for some volunteer appreciation. So I put a little bit of money in the budget for that. And likely we're not going to be able to have an event, but I'd like to send a little care package to each one of them. So I put some additional thought into that, talked to Bettina a little bit about setting up something. So, even if it's a small value, again, I'll come to council with all this.
No, thank you. That's a perfect answer. I appreciate that. I just, just trying to keep track of where things are headed.
Ina, another one?
No, just a comment with respect to Joanne's question and Chris's explanation too. The other thing is, right now, the daily numbers that are the target for shots, it might even like double, and then like to 3,000 to 5,000, and depending, like the numbers are being spread across the province. And the idea right now is that if you're visiting family from Thunder Bay and you're in the London area and you're 75 and it's 75, you can go like, so the number of people that are going to be going through there is going to increase, and it'll be a bit of a grind. As Chris said, it's going to go on, and I don't think they're going to be done in April. So it's, I think, recognizing it's just a little, like you said, a little care package or whatever. Those little things make a lot of difference to people when it's not really a lot of money, as Joanne said. So I think it'd probably be really well spent to make sure that they keep their motivation up and people push through that system. So
Well,
just a comment.
I think it was on the news last night, but I think the goal is for the Mount Bridges Clinic, 400 people a day, that's what they'll be able to run through. So I'm sorry, I had a chuckle there when Ina said about, I don't think they're going to be done in April. And I think we all shook our head. I thought, oh, at least we're all on the same page. But okay, so just again, I've got a couple questions, but just to stay on that vaccine thing. I mean, this is just such a critical part for our residents. So, want to thank John for, I know what he's been through and how it's been rolled out. And so everything he's done to support the health unit, to support Strathmore Caradoc, to support our residents. I really appreciate all of that, because as I said yesterday, and Joanne will back me up. I was really impressed with how the clinic looked. I think it's going to be fairly straightforward once they get going. And, that's all because of everybody's efforts to get it as organized as it is. So.
And I just cap that off, Kathy, just really quick to say, this has really been a team effort. And again, COVID doesn't care about municipal boundaries, so we're not caring about them right now. So we appreciate the assistance from the health unit. Of course, they have commitment in members, but also Salvation Army and the volunteers who actually are the serve volunteers for the health unit. And we're trying to help out in case there are people they're volunteer positions. There's going to be a huge commitment in the city of London in the very near future for volunteers to help them out with those 3 centers and their bigger centers. So we're all working together on this. So my thanks go out to the team. I just want to say the City of London people have been very good in helping us out, and just recognizing that this vaccination effort helps us all. It's not county over here, city over here. It's really been a really big team effort. Again, it's been more work for John and Bettina and those staff, but at the end of the day, let's get these vaccinations out there. The faster we can do this, the faster we'll get this thing done, and the safer we'll keep everybody in the community. So.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. So I just have 2 quick questions. You mentioned it in your overview about the increase in the insurance premiums. And I think many of us are getting ready for increases if we haven't already experienced that to premiums in our own communities. But, I guess, is there any way that you can speak to that beyond it's just the increase. Have we seen any claims, an increase in claims, or is this just something that the industry is doing?
Just looking to see if Cindy's going to smile. It is definitely an industry thing. We reviewed our open claims and our exposure to liability at the county. It's down. So we're doing a good job protecting ourselves from these types of claims. We're not seeing frivolous claims. We have a few big ones, but we're always going to have a few big ones. I don't want to get into specifics, but we heard from Frank County Company that they are challenged with across the province with climate change type damages, shoreline issues. We see down in Chatham-Kent, huge claims down in Chatham-Kent for some of those shoreline issues, flooding issues. We don't have those types of claims in the county. We don't have a shoreline, but regardless, we've been mindful of the fact that climate change is upon us, and we make sure when we are designing our road infrastructure for drainage, we're building it to a level where we're not going to have those types of challenges, right? We're over designed for the expectation we're going to have these heavy rainfalls and things. I mean, our last serious environment related cost was on Petty Street when we lost that culvert in an extreme rain. And we've taken measures all around that area to make sure that we have better drainage in that area so the water can flow. We're not going to have those types of catastrophic events. In my opinion, we've limited ourselves. So we're doing all those things. We're spending good money on our fleet. We make a great investment in our winter maintenance operations. We have well-trained staff. We defend every claim to the best of our ability. And we've also internalized some of the claims that we normally would put through Frank County. We're not handling them through the county legal department. So someone calls, they have a bent rim and hit a pothole. Those never see Frank County. So we deal with those internally. And by all intents and purposes, most of those will just go away. They see a letter from Wayne Mahar, the county legal department. A lot of people say, oh, I better go call my insurance company and deal with it the proper way. So we've avoided a lot of those claims. Unfortunately, I think we're at the mercy of the industry here, and we're seeing a pretty significant increase in our rates. Now, we don't renew until July 1st, right, Cindy? But we're looking at the remainder of the increase from last year, because we go mid-year to mid-year, that we're expecting to see a pretty hefty increase in July. So again, our numbers are estimates based on what we're told, but unless there's some seismic shift in the industry, this is the number. We're going to be right around, I think we'll be pretty close to this target.
Okay, thanks.
Not great news, sorry.
No. Okay. Then the other question I had was with the capital projects in the resurfacing, and I think it's probably, well, I don't know, but I'm assuming it's because it's depending on whatever technique you're using on the road. So I'm just looking, like County Road 28 for Medway Road, you've got 8.6 kilometers that you're going to be resurfacing, and that's coming at 1.7 million. But then you go down to Wonderland Road and you're doing 11 kilometers, and that's only $825,000. So what is the difference with that?
A simple explanation. So Medway Road, we're building shoulders. So we're building the shoulders to build the cycling along that whole stretch of road. So that's quite expensive. Wonderland Road is a single lift of asphalt. So we reconstructed Wonderland Road very recently. What we do is when we reconstruct, we pave a single lift of asphalt, and we come back about 3 or 5 years later and just put a top coat on. So it's simply a top coat to that road. So there's variations, like some of the ones in Dorchester, Catherine Street, I'll tell you, it's already got paved shoulders. So we're repaving over those shoulders. So it may be the same length as another road, but we have that much additional width of asphalt. So there's variations within those. And again, these are high level estimates, but when we refine those, we won't be far off. As you saw from the council report from Tuesday, our numbers came in very close to our estimates for the volumes we predicted for the asphalt, which is like 70% of most of these projects, a little less when we're building shoulders. So I'm confident these numbers will end up being fairly close, but that's the difference. Constructing shoulders, huge cost. Wider asphalt, big cost. If this is a single lift of asphalt, then it's a cheaper job. So that's why there's that variation.
So I guess out of those projects, just refresh us, which ones of those are you then building the shoulders and expanding your asphalt coverage.
Yeah, so County Road 16 is shoulders. County Road 28 is shoulders. County Road 49 is already has shoulders. Elgin Road, so I'm just going to go through each of these. County Road 49, Catherine Street, Elgin Road to Dorchester is a single lift over previous construction. County Road 49, Dorchester to London already has paved shoulders for a section of it. I'm not paving the rest of those shoulders. County Road 56 is just a single lift overlay. County Road 74 already has paved shoulders. So some of these are good because we've already paved the shoulders in the past. And then County Road 30 is they're just rehabilitation projects, just resurfacing. And then Glendon Drive roundabout isn't just Glendon Drive, it's realignment of Coldstream Road, traffic signals, all sorts of things that get lumped into that project as a whole. And then construction, Glengyle is getting shoulders. It's getting built out wider with shoulders. And then Thorndale is going to include some expansion of the urban area. Park Hill Urban likely won't see expansion of the urban area, but there might be some urban design upgrades there. Again, I think the EO, Brian can correct me wrong, the EOI I think is out, or the RFP is out to get the consultant in to do that design. And then Caradoc Street included a ton of stuff, signals, a huge project under the train tracks for storm drainage, urban design stuff. So we moved curb and gutter around. So it was a big job. There was a big storm outlet at the north end of the project. So there was a ton of, and we pay part of storm. We don't pay sanitary water, we pay part of storm. So it was a huge storm cost in Strathmore for that job. Well overdue. And again, this is that climate change thing I talked about. We're not going to see flooding in Strathmore for a long time. These are big pipes. So it's good, well overdue. So that's the overview. And I can do next year. I'm certainly happy to provide the map and give you the other things. Again, Cindy, tell you the Questica thing was a big hurdle for us. And I think, we're almost over it. We might have tripped at the last, 10 feet or something, but I'm certainly happy to do that in the future to give you a high level picture of where we're paving shoulders and what the projects are.
Perfect. Okay, thanks. All right, is there anything else for Chris at this point? Curtis.
I should have been doing this yesterday, but I remember, past warden Wilkins, she kept on asking the question of if there's something that, we could remove from the budget, what would that be?
Yeah, it's a challenge, isn't it?
Oh man, I missed that.
Warden, I guess I'll have to make a note of that.
She's probably texting me right now with, is someone asking that question?
It's probably their ears are burning. So we're challenged. I mean, most of the operational line items, we're kind of stuck, right? So again, I looked at that 90, 200, whatever it is. So that number went up by inflation and our labor costs. So those numbers are kind of fixed. Insurance, not sure what we're going to do about that one. That's a challenge. So really you're looking at transfers to capital reserves. So we can decide to draw back on the bridge one yet again. That's certainly an option. Do we sacrifice the cycling network? So that's the problem, is how do we deal with that program and how do you want to implement that? It's a lot of money over 20 years. We can ramp up, but again, you're going to see big ramps every year. Or do we take the one jump this year? And then Cindy, we're probably going to have some discussions about surpluses later on. And maybe there's some things we can do to sort of soften the blow of that. But I've been trying very hard on all these to, we could eliminate COVID. That would be helpful. But anyways, trying to work very hard to keep our operational lines the same. So it's the cycling infrastructure. It's the increase of capital to bridge infrastructure that I think are the only ones that would be somewhat discretionary. The cycling one will be tough this year because we've already closed the tenders. But we could look at ways to deal with that increase. Across the line, looking at the rest of them, to be honest with you, Curtis,
Chris, if it was the cycling one, can you give more detail about how you would taper and change that? Just like you talked about a few options.
Well,
I know you said that. Yeah, go ahead.
Road reserves.
Get more detail about what you would do.
We have road reserves. I mean, road reserves are there to pay for capital infrastructure. It is a possibility for us to tap into road reserves to pay for some of the cycling. I'm hoping we see, it's been quiet, but I'm hoping we see cycling infrastructure funding come through. We applied for one project already. We have about $280,000 potentially coming from that part of the COVID funding to pay for part of that program. But you know, we do have a fairly healthy road reserve that, you know, we could talk about using some of that to implement some of these capital cost increases.
So let me say it in my words, Chris. What you would do is you would take it out of the budget, the active budget, let's call it, for lack of a better term, wait to see whether or not it got funding infrastructure wise, and then support it in the future through the active budget. But in the current time, you'd support it through reserves if it got federal and provincial funding as part of infrastructure, and that would have a fairly significant impact on the budget.
Absolutely, that's a good way to put it. Absolutely.
Do you have a sense of? Oh, sorry. Do you have a sense of what it would impact? Like what that dollar amount would be? Like, because the reason I'm asking that, Chris, is because I recognize there's an element of that work that needs to be done regardless of whether there's a cycling program. So I can't just take that number and go, there, that's that problem solved. Can you talk about what the actual dollar impact?
Yeah, for the cycling this year, we've talked about it. It is, and I was just going to open up my my spreadsheet on the back end because I did do one without the cycling in it, just for my own information here. So the cycling part of that increase is about, what do we say, Cindy? 1.8 million is cycling, and then the rest
about $1.9 million.
1.9 million, and the rest of the increase is the 3% increase to the road system. So there's a built in there. When we assume that as part of the road assumption study, we increase that. So it's about 1.9 million would be the cycling impact. That's not all spent this year. That's spent year to year. This year, the two big there are some projects we're already paving over the shoulders, so it doesn't impact those as much, but it would be the County Road 16 job and the Medway Road job. And unfortunately, I use the Medway Road job for our application for COVID funding. So it's the County Road 16 job where we could decide not to put in the cycling infrastructure and just take that number, the kilometers, and multiply it by, well, these are lane kilometers, multiply it by, so it'd be like 2 times. So cut the cost of that project in about half. So it's about 400 grand if you didn't want to do that cycling infrastructure this year. We already tendered it, so it could be challenging for us to dial that back. But you could, I agree with what Bill's saying. I mean, there's an opportunity to slow the impact of the cycling infrastructure by supporting capital work with reserve. So, you know, it doesn't change anything. It just gives us a little bit of a phased in approach to that. Capital budget, I think what do you say, the county roads budget is about $260,000 is 1% of the county roads budget. 265, something like that.
Before I just get Ina, hand it over to Ina, I mean, I think obviously this is going to be a topic for us to have a discussion at the end of all this, but you know, on the surface, the cycling strategy has been in front of us for some time. And at some point, regardless, we're going to have to do something. And, you know, if COVID has taught us a lot, and it has changed the way that we are finding ways for recreation. And, you know, we are now, we're looking to be local, and we're looking to stay where we are. I mean, to me, I think the Medway Road is the perfect road to start, because it's kind of that buffer between London and you know, the county and anybody. I mean, Saturday's a big day, but in the summer, you can be in that area driving, and there's always cyclists, whether it's along Medway, up Adelaide, you know. So that's a perfect project to start. And I guess I think it's, you know, like economic development, you know, changing, you know, trying to keep people here and getting them to discover their own backyards. So I think this will all be part of the discussion after, but I would hate to say shelve it, because this is a benefit to our residents. There's no question in the way people have having to change the way they're living. So
Yeah, I think I was more referring to, certainly that's a decision for council, but I think I was talking more, or trying to talk more about the efficiency of how we pay for it.
Yeah.
Because I think there are quite a few options, I would say, Chris, for how we pay for it and when we pay for it. And it's not that it's not that different from other things we do, where we put some money aside and then, whoa, all of a sudden there's a federal infrastructure program. Let's take that money and now let's do it. So I think we can at least give you 2 or 3 options for what that might look like to make it more efficient budget wise.
Well, to that point, I mean, I think again, is this something that we should be lobbying for, talking about, the province needs to think about when they're making infrastructure announcements, recreation, that sort of thing, and just hammering at every opportunity that we have. We could have, that would have been a great thing to maybe do during Good Roads, but let's do it during AMO and say, this is our plan. We're not going to be the only community in the province that's looking at this, and this is a place where infrastructure dollars are needed. Ina, you've had your hand up, and I've monopolized that.
That's okay, because we're on the same track. I started my morning this morning by telling Chris that I liked his budget, because I'm a supporter of making sure our reserves are in place. And also I was very happy to see that we've got a line that says bicycling strategy, because as you pointed out, Kathy, this is something that we did work on quite some time ago. And we have a number of people in our community that are fairly avid bicyclists or cyclists, so they always ask about that. And I've had mail too from when there were announcements. You started the road safety program with the signage, and so people are watching this. And to your point, that audience, I think, is bigger now. And also, I was going to talk about spin-offs. This is not just it's not just a road safety issue. It's not just a health and recreation. It's a tourism and spin-off dollars. I know when I worked in Toronto, there was a whole group of guys at Deloitte that their idea of a good weekend was to jump on their bikes, and then they did their 100K up somewhere and 100K back kind of thing in a day. And then when they got to this point, they would stop and have a beer. This is where they had their pasta carbo loading thing. They also got acquainted with, what they would do with their kids and families as they cycled through and by conservation authorities and other recreational opportunities and restaurants and blah, blah, blah. So I think we need to take an integrated look at, this is the budget, and it's always hard to make decisions about where we spend money, but this is going to help Kara, this is going to help, people in our health, taking an integrated look is a good idea, I think, here. And I don't disagree with Bill at all. Having an efficiency to how we fund, being smart about money is just smart. So and the other thing is, to your point, Kathy, about lobbying, if we're talking about infrastructure money, the comment should be, if you're going to help us pave this road, it is part of this whole system. This bicycle thing was developed so that it would integrate and be connecting across the whole county, not just my municipality to Kathy's to Allison's and around back to Joanne's. It's connected. We don't do our own thing. We need to work in concert to make it sort of flow out in a logical way, and not necessarily have a patch here and there, which will happen because it makes sense to do it, as you say. Once you're there working on it, you've already got this, and this in place. To do it at a different time means all of that has to be replicated. So again, going to do this in a smart way is the thing to do, but we need to keep moving on it and not just say, not big priority, let's put it off the burner for today. So that I agree with Kathy and Joanne on the little chat thing here. I think we're on the same page. How we do it, though, is the question. Sorry.
Curtis.
Everything that Ina said, I completely agree with what you're saying. The one thing I like to add to the conversation is, since COVID, I've seen different little pockets in Adelaide Metcalfe, and I'm sure across the county, that I've seen more people walking like a different path down like either county roads or local roads, or bicycling, whatever else. And one that comes to mind is in Cairngorm. And the folks on Cairngorm, they live on Dodge Drive, and they've created this little walking path where they go down Culver to Melbourne to Murphy to Dennings and around and back. And this is like every time I drive down Culver, I see somebody walking or biking along there. And I'm thinking that we have the cycling strategy, but I feel that we need to maybe connect back with the lower tiers to say, hey, what have you seen in the last year? Should we relook at some of these areas? Should we look at, instead of doing like a large, pathway, go from one spot to another, maybe it should be more of the walking pathway. And that's one example. But I'm sure that there's way more out there that maybe we're not talking about kilometers of road getting from point A to point B. Maybe it's that little, loop to get people around and out walking and being healthy and active. So that's just my 2 cents on that. But I'm looking forward to accomplishing this. And I forget, Ina, how you said, or Bill, the smart way with using our funds and making sure that we can capitalize on those dollars from the province.
I think she said being smart about money is just smart.
Okay. Final call. Any last?
Not that I wrote it down or anything, Warden. I'm just saying that's what she said.
Put it on a t-shirt.
This is going to be the next one for the budget meeting. I'll ask Alan to print it up.
Exactly. Okay. Any other final questions or comments for Chris on what he's presented? Okay. Thanks, Chris. Great discussion. Again, exciting things. And then as always, if there's anything that you think of, make sure that you fire that off to Chris and Cindy. Okay, next on the list is Strathmore, but Brent's not scheduled to 10:30. Did we want to take a short break now and then come back for 10:30?
I just have a question, Kathy. I don't have anything under my Strathmore tab. So am I the only one that didn't get that particular tab?
Oh, I've got something.
Okay, then I'll just listen and I'll look at the big agenda piece.
Can we email that over to Joanne, maybe during the break?
Yes, we can definitely do that for you.
Okay, all right, we'll see everybody in about 15 minutes. Well, welcome back to our budget committee meeting, and hope everybody had a good little break. And at this time, I want to welcome Brent Kerwin, the Strathmore Lodge Administrator, and he's going to walk us through his budget for Strathmore. Great, it's great to see you, Brent. Thanks very much for joining us, and I'll pass it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Warden, through you to the Budget Committee. Starting with who we are, Strathmore Lodge is a 160-bed long-term care home. We would then therefore be one of 625 long-term care homes in the province, governed by the Long-Term Care Homes Act. The 160 beds makes us a medium-sized home, and the 160 bed model has been regarded as sort of the optimum size in terms of achieving economies of scale. In terms of what we do, by definition, a long-term care home provides 24/7 nursing care. Of course, our clientele is largely the frail elderly, and that makes the average age about 85 years old. We do look after younger adults as well, things like neurodegenerative diseases, multiple sclerosis. And we also look after some who have developmental disabilities, such as Down syndrome. So the actual age range is currently from 46 years old to 99 years old. And about 15% of our residents are 95 and above. Why we do it? Well, we need to care for those in need. We need to provide for safety and security of those who need our care, and we not only look after their physical care needs, but we look after them holistically, looking after them socially, recreationally, etc. And then in practical terms, we do it because it's required of upper tier municipalities. COVID impact, you name it, we felt it. The impact runs the gamut, negatively, stress, fear, but also positive aspects, acts of generosity, staff sponsored meals by family members and local restaurants. And we have received a lot of positive feedback as well about our efforts to keep residents safe. Uh, 2021 service highlights. The good news is we've already achieved COVID vaccination for our residents. We are trying to focus on things other than the pandemic, and to that end, one of the things that we're focusing on, and we've already started, is to formalize what we call nursing rehab. So this is something that we're already doing, and we want to formalize it to get it recognized in terms of funding. So what this is targeting residents who could benefit from rehab to both maintain and improve their independence. And we have to spend a certain amount of time with these targeted residents. And if we do, and we do the proper documentation, we can be recognized financially in terms of funding by the ministry. And then that, of course, gives us extra nursing money to have additional nursing staff. I'll also mention, I guess, at this point that we have implemented a broadcast messaging software where we can do messaging to all our families efficiently and effectively, record messages, and then send it out to all family members so that we can do efficient, consistent messaging. And so it's inexpensive software. We've introduced it this week, and we've used it a couple times already. And of note is that we're communicating about the implementation of rapid antigen testing, which we've and all long-term care homes have been mandated to do. And we're starting that next week. 2021 opportunities. Virtual care. We have used technology, simple as cell phones, iPads, etc., to minimize the need for residents to go to external appointments. We have found a lot of external practitioners have wanted to go this route, and I guess it'll be interesting to see what happens after we get back to some normalcy, after the pandemic is over, whether or not practitioners, for example, will want to continue to pursue this concept. Also opportunities, we are looking to provide staff with mental health supports and resources. We've been doing lunch and learns with staff on various concepts, mindfulness, coping with stress, relaxation. Our staff educators just put together a list of online resources for staff to use at their leisure when they're not at work, and that's going into, or has gone into, I guess, the pay stub envelopes of employees this week. Also, what we're doing is we are putting together resident profiles, what we call all about me, about residents, in particular residents with dementia, residents who might exhibit responsive behaviors such as aggression. And the idea is to give, again, staff profiles of residents so they can better understand some of the history of the residents and in turn help them to approach residents such that we can hopefully minimize some of the aggressive behaviors associated with dementia. Challenges, light at the end of the tunnel, obviously, in terms of the pandemic, but as I mentioned, we are still dealing with challenges, including the challenge of implementing this rapid antigen testing. And what that means is that we have to do testing on site for staff and increase that from 1 to 3 times a week. And then we're doing, then we have to do the essential caregivers too. So, and that's up to 3 times a week. So whereas we're doing swabbing for about 200 staff now, we'll be doing swabbing for up to, well, probably north of 1,000 swabs every week as well. So a significant change in terms of workload and process. And of course, the idea from the province is that the more that we test, the quicker positive cases will be identified and dealt with. But it is a bit of a challenge to implement the initiative. And then in terms of other challenges, the usual, trying to avoid any sort of poor outcome in terms of ministry inspections. Again, the idea of trying to keep staff safe, especially as it relates to aggressive residents, and then just trying to maintain and keep up with the myriad of legislative requirements that impact us in long-term care.
Okay, thanks for that overview, Brent. I think everyone would agree it certainly has been quite a year for you and your team. And, we hear that word pivot so much, but I mean, having to react so quickly and on the fly and be responsible to your residents, to your staff, congratulations to how you have managed them. I was happy to hear you mention about, taking time and being aware of, the staff's mental health and trying to find ways that you can offer support in that area, because it's no secret to this group. I bring that up over and over again, that we have to always keep that in check, because I do fear when we're out of this, there is going to be that whole aspect and that fallout from the pandemic that we're going to have to look after and somehow find a solution for, help people work through that. Any questions at this time for Brent, or comment on his overview? Brian.
Thank you, Warden. Brent, first of all, I think you were being very politically correct with your rapid testing comments. I've heard that from others. But a couple of things on just the overview. One, you said all the residents have been vaccinated. My question is, has the staff been vaccinated? If any new residents come, do they have to be vaccinated before they come? And my last comment, or my last question is, for people to know the impact, how many employees do we employ at Strathmore Lodge?
Okay, just to deal with employees, we have about 200 or 121 FTEs, I guess, is what's in the budget for staff. The people who are coming vaccinated. We have vaccinated all the residents who have wanted, all the residents who have consented, or their POAs who have consented. Is there anything else I'm missing? Sorry.
Just the employees' vaccination.
Oh, yeah. So of course, you know that there was a lull based on the availability of vaccine, and that apparently has been resolved, and staff are being invited again to make appointments. So everyone has to go to the Agriplex in London at this stage. We, of course, are encouraging staff to go and get the vaccine, and we're compensating them for their time and their travel to do that. As far as the flu vaccine, we usually get great uptake every year, so something in the order of 90%. So, you know, hopefully that's where we'll end up. Many have had their first dose, and now we're trying to encourage everyone to continue on and make appointments and get that second dose as well.
Okay, thank you.
Curtis.
Just a follow-up for what Brian's was just talking about with the vaccine and for staff. I'm a proponent of making sure, you know, everybody has a choice as to whether or not they would like to get a vaccine. And you said that, you know, it's highly recommended. So what if someone from your staff decides not to get vaccinated?
So it just mirrors what we do with the annual flu shot. And so the rule is certainly we can't force people to get the vaccine, but those who don't, in an outbreak situation, will not work.
Okay. And then my other question, so all of the residents that are there right now had the option to get the vaccine if they wished. And then to follow up with Councillor Ropp's question of incoming residents, do they again have a choice whether or not, or is there only accepting residents that get vaccinated?
We would definitely not restrict those who have not.
Okay. And then just another question. So at the beginning, your first slide that you were talking about, and it was about you know, the residents that are in there, and kind of you're talking about the age bracket and who you're you know, who we're looking after at Strathmore. And one thing that I always go back to is the logo that we have for Strathmore Lodge. And it's one that really kind of hit me, which was, so it's Strathmore Lodge and it says caring for seniors in Middlesex. And the reason that I brought this up previously a while ago is that because we have that large age bracket and that some people are not seniors, I would really like to see that we do a refresh on that logo. Just for those individuals that say are in their 40s or 50s or 60s, and they, you know, they're not technically seniors in my opinion. I think we should consider looking at refreshing that logo.
Good. Mm-hmm.
And that's all my questions so far.
Okay. Anything else for Brent at this time? Just back to the vaccine situation. Have you been in contact with the health unit with regards to the opening of the Mount Bridges clinic now? And is that, I mean, that would be a great place for our employees that live in the county to access, as opposed to having to go into the Agriplex.
Right. Good point. So far, the public health unit has been saying Agriplex, but that's something obviously that we should be following up on.
Well, I know part of their messaging yesterday was about access for our frontline and healthcare workers. So you might want to do that, because I would imagine it wouldn't matter as long as they get the Pfizer dose. If they've already had their first vaccine, I don't think it would much matter where they got their second one.
I would agree.
Okay. If there's nothing for Brent at this point, maybe we'll start to look at the numbers.
Cindy wanted to say something.
Yeah, thank you. Through the warden, Brent, in 2020, you did receive some additional COVID dollars from either federal or provincial government. Do you expect to get any additional dollars in 2021?
Sorry, Cindy, my ventilation in the office has just kicked in and it's really loud. Can you repeat that?
Absolutely, I can. In 2020, you received some additional dollars from the province for COVID, so pandemic pay and some operating expenses. Do you expect to get any additional funding in 2021? Have you heard anything from?
Yes. Well, it's continuing to flow. So yes.
But you don't have any, I guess, solid numbers or indication of how long that's going to last.
No. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Brent, if you want to talk us through some of these numbers, that'd be great.
Okay. Yeah, so the proposal is for a modest increase to the county's contribution of about less than 27,000, so a 1% increase. In terms of, do we want to move to specific pages to speak about individual?
Brent, if you want to refer to the budget backup pages that each one of the budget committee has, you just have to say refer to reference 1 or refer to reference 2, which if you look on the summary sheet in front of you, you can see that to the right.
Okay, yeah.
So for example, if you want to say for the province of Ontario, for that dollars. Okay.
Yep. Okay, so looking at 2 and 3, you know, if you put that together, that's revenue from the province, and the annual co-payment that all residents are required to pay. That co-payment is usually raised every July 1st, and so if you add those two together, it's about a $77,000 increase there. Under number 4, I will point out the decrease there is related to our pharmacy contract, which is due to be renewed later this year. So the current contract called for the pharmacy to give us an amount for the storage and administration of the medication and the space that we provide the pharmacist consultant when she's here. And so, as I said, the contract is due to be renewed this year. We're not certain what, if anything, the pharmacy provider will be able to pay us. Pharmacies have been clawed back in terms of the ministry, and in turn, the pharmacies may not be able to provide the compensation that they have in the past. So we don't know for sure. And we're not counting on the same amount that we got last year.
Sorry, Brent, did you say number 4?
3 and I was referring to 3 and 4 together. 4 is the actual, oh, sorry. So 2 and 3 together. So yeah, that's number 4 under other.
Okay.
There's a nursing recovery amount that
Yes.
includes the that pharmacy payment.
Okay, that's where it is. Thank you.
Salaries and benefits. Salaries, a modest increase. We don't know for sure what the inflationary increases will be for both ONA and Unifor yet. Benefits are actually down, and that's because of WSIB and the fact that we've managed to resolve a couple of long-standing WSIB cases. Number 9, the increase there is largely, there's a line call drugs, that line should read drugs and nursing supplies. So that line is significantly increasing, particularly the nursing supplies, which includes things like even disinfectant and wound care supplies, medical supplies. That has increased substantially. 10, the difference there, the increase there has to do with housekeeping supplies this year. Every few years, we have to replace our microfiber system of mops and cloths. And so those products, those special fibers are sort of best practice in terms of cleaning and used to attract and pull up dirt and bacteria and that type of thing. So every few years we have to make an investment in replacing that. So that's the difference there. Under facilities maintenance, that's actually decreased. Last year we did a roofing repair, which was the reason for the higher amount in 2020, which we don't have to do this year. So that's gone down. Purchase services have gone up just a bit, namely for the contract we have with Nutrition Management Services. Those are the folks that manage our dietary department and provide us with the manager and the dietitian. And then under purchase services administration, there's a small increase there, which has to do with that software that I just mentioned about broadcast messaging. Under 15 utilities, there are increases there for both water and waste removal. Legal and consulting, that largely relates to the need to sometimes seek external legal expertise by way of mediation and arbitration. So it's hard to predict year from year, but we sometimes go over budget and allowing for some increase this year. Office supplies, there is a modest increase to do with printing and stationery products. And then under 21, those costs are actually going down because obviously we're not attending external meetings and education and those types of things as much as in the past. And I guess capital as well, there is an increase versus last year. And I'll draw your attention to the major project that we're proposing, and that is the change in our security system, our automated security system, our system of keypads and mag locks, and we're having actually trouble with it at the moment, and it is a substantial cost to replace. And that's a system, by the way, of course, that restricts residents from getting into non-resident areas, and that's a big issue with the Ministry of Health, not ensuring that they're not getting in places where they ought not to be getting.
Okay. That is the end of that one. Oh, did you want to go over the capital projects in a little bit more? I mean,
yeah, I mentioned the building control system. Every year we upgrade some of our beds. We're trying to eventually get to where all of our beds are what we call high-low beds, which is important for falls management. You'll see there are Joe Ninjas. That's automated disinfectant equipment that we need to replace. It's very old, and that's the equipment that disinfects things like bedpans and kidney basins, etc. Every year we have been choosing one home area to upgrade both the flooring and trying to implement energy efficient lighting. Windows, this has been a couple years now ongoing, replacing windows. Fencing is rotting, so we need to replace some of that. There's provision for a storage container. We are in need of storage space, and especially because of the mandate to always keep an 8-week supply of pandemic supplies. And I think that's about it.
Okay. Thank you, Brent, for that. Any questions on the numbers, the line by lines that we've just been walked through on any of that? Ina.
Thank you, Kathy. Through you to Brent. Brent, do you know, since, I mean, renting storage containers and things to hold 8 weeks of supply and stuff, is this something that you can recoup from COVID funding somehow? I mean, normally you would, sorry?
It is at present, correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else at this point? Brian?
Thank you, Warden. Brent, it's just to confirm it, I think, more than anything. First of all, I hate that we're replacing windows that are 14 years old, but that seems to be the way building is done now. But it is on the raw food, Brent. And I know it's very legislated how much they spend per resident per day on food. Is this how much we're spending above what is given to the home?
The amount should be just the per diem that we get.
Yes.
Times our number of beds times 365 days.
Okay. So the raw food that I see there, that isn't us paying that? That isn't extra, the 576,000?
Number
14.
14, yeah. Oh, so yeah, it's basically in and out. We get the funding and we have to spend it all. And if we don't spend it, whatever's left gets clawed back by the ministry.
Okay, so that I just wanted to confirm that, because right now it looked to me like that was what we were spending on top of that.
Right.
That's strictly okay.
So that 576 would be included in the province of Ontario revenue line.
Right.
I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Okay, Curtis.
Thank you. So just overall, I have lots of comments, but they're really not towards Strathmore Lodge. It's more just towards the ministry. So I won't say those, but I do have lots of comments in my head. So 7 and 8. So the salaries and benefits. So it doesn't from 2020 to 2021. There's not much of an increase, which is always good when we look at a budget. However, with the change in COVID and having more staff members saying, manning the front door or taking more phone calls due to family members not being able to get in and handling all those things. Does that mean that there's how are we able to shift that around to make sure that the level of care is still maintained for the residents?
So what's not reflected here is the actual additions that we've made because of the COVID funding. So the extra staffing will continue as long as we get the extra funding. And at some point, the province is presumably going to declare the situation manageable and stop the screening and whatever, in which case we will retract the extra hours for screening and such.
Okay. And then another one that popped up when I was looking at this and you're talking was, it's very minor. So number 20, which is the office expenses, and looking at the postage, are we seeing a change from mailing out the monthly statements to more email statements that are going out to the caregivers?
That's a good question. We're trying to do just that when it comes to pay stubs, and not doing the paper version of pay stubs for the staff. But actually, you're raising a good point, and that's something to consider and look into.
Okay, and then the third one that kind of popped up. So when we were talking about the capital projects, so you're talking about the security for the different resident homes. And it got me thinking about residents' clothes. So, and this sounds really weird, but then I was thinking about the library system and how we just heard that they're going to be starting to do RFID systems. So residents right now, there's a charge for labeling residents' clothing, I believe, or they label the clothing. So what I'm getting at is there a way that we can work with the library system of the RFID, or talked with Lindsay to put the RFID little thing and stitch it into the residents' clothes to make it so then it's easier for staff at Strathmere to keep track of where clothing goes. Because I know that's every month I see the newsletter of, missing articles of clothing, or, where does this belong? I think it would also be peace of mind for those family members and the residents to make sure that they're getting back their clothing, because it's the same thing with blankets, because it's always, disheartening seeing, this is grandma's favorite blanket, and then it goes to the wash and then it doesn't come back somehow, and whatever it is. And they're just honest mistakes. But I think that'd be a great conversation with you and Lindsay and the IT team to talk about how we could integrate what we're talking about at the library at Strathmere.
Excellent point. We've heard of this kind of, way of tracking, but I wasn't familiar with what the library is doing, and certainly that sounds something like what we want to pursue.
Excellent. And that's all my comments. Everything else, I'll call the ministry up and give them my my thoughts.
Share over our lunch break. Ina.
Thank you. It's just a comment to add on to Curtis's comment. RFID tags are used extensively in clothing. And so, for example, uniforms in companies that have uniform drivers and so forth, they're all RFID tagged. They go to the cleaning company and they come back on hangers and go to. So it's easy to do, and it lasts. The tag lasts in clothing through laundering and stuff. So I think that's a really excellent idea, because like you said, Curtis, I know my dad too, looking for socks and looking for sweaters. His favorite sweater's gone. People get attached to items in their blankets. So I think that's a really, really good idea.
Cool. Very good. Anything else for Brent at this time? All right. Well, thank you very much, Brent. It was good seeing you. Oh,
if I could, last year, Brent, on the capital projects, we did that mural work in the Bear Creek wing. I don't think County Council has seen the mural. I assume that happened. But I was just wondering if you could maybe come back to just County Council with that report and to show what that looks like.
The mural, actually, because of the whole pandemic thing, we had plans for the Bear Creek unit, which did not materialize. So that is not happen yet, but something obviously that we want to do.
Okay. Whenever it happens.
Yep.
I'd love to see it.
Yep.
Hey, if that's it, then Brent, thank you very much for your time. And again, as everybody, if anybody thinks of anything, shoot the email off to me so we can get those comments addressed if anything comes to mind. So thanks, Brent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we've got social services at 10:30. I know that Cindy wanted to have a break. Did you get what you needed to get done during the last break?
I'm good because we will have a lunch break, so I can do something then.
Okay, and we're ahead of schedule a bit, so maybe that'll allow us to end a little bit early too. So if you're good to go, then we might as well get into social services.
I just want to follow up on that one question that was asked about the additional staff and the COVID dollars. So because it's one time and temporary, we don't include those kind of things in our budget, which is consistent with what we have always done and is very consistent with what other municipalities are doing in regards to COVID, because it won't be there next year, but we have to keep track of it. And we'll come back to council when we keep report back on how we spent our COVID dollars. So next I'm going to jump into social services. And Greg, can you put up the slide deck? Just a second. So I just want to point out that Middlesex Social Services is committed to building strong communities and leading positive change by providing knowledge, opportunity, and support, making a difference one person, one family, and one child at a time. We kind of came up with that mandate when I first started here in social services, which was a number of years ago. Who we are. Social services is made up of one children's service caseworker. In Ontario Works, we have the eligibility verification process. We have a family support worker. We have an eligibility review officer. We have financial caseworkers. We have employment caseworkers and case associates. We also have a manager of social services who's divided between the employment and children's services. We have a manager of social services that does Ontario Works and also homeless prevention. And of course, there's myself, General Manager of Finance and Community Services. Next. So what do we do? Ontario Works at discretionary benefits. It provides temporary financial assistance, assists in becoming employed and achieving self-reliance. Income assistance includes allowances for those basic needs and shelter. Employment supports are available to assist individuals find and retain employment, and that retain is really important. Children's services includes a provision of general operating grants, which of course goes to our childcare operators, fee subsidies, which helps families be able to afford childcare, so those go directly to individuals, one-time grants, special needs resourcing, and I'll refer to the one-time grants because over the last few years, especially in 2019, we've seen a number of those one-time grants, and I'm expecting another one to come shortly in 2021 that will either go out to the childcare operators or to individual family members. Special needs resourcing, our capacity building, wage enhancement grants, and the home childcare enhancement grants. Our social housing, just a second, I have a hard time reading that. The public housing stock, as you know, within the county is owned and delivered by London and Middlesex Community Housing, LMCH, as a corporate entity of the City of London. And of course, the City of London is the service manager for social housing. For Chippy, we provide supports to residents who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. Next slide. The Social Service Department helps residents of the county at their greatest time of need. We really are that safety net to our community. When life has causes hardships, we are the services and supports people can turn to. To be able to deliver exceptional supports to residents, we have various contracted service agreements with community partners and the City of London. And a good example of that would be the Leeds contract, and we just renewed that at budget this week. Each service offered by social services has an overarching act, legislation, or a regulation which provides a delivery framework. Next. So COVID-19 and the impact to social services department. All of our staff were seamlessly shifted from in-person, online, to email and phone supports. Since March 2020, most of our team has been working from home. And I can tell you that from listening to other municipalities, I think we were one of the first to move quickly to be online and to email, and continue to do that today. During this time, our homeless and vulnerable population increased immensely. I'd say that COVID really shone a light on homeless in our communities. Unfortunately, the impact of this increase has intensified the already inadequate amount of affordable housing available in the county. All of our 11 childcare centers and 6 nursery schools were temporarily closed due to the provincial mandate. Some centers were slowly able to reopen their doors in June 2020. And as you can imagine, when they did open their doors, it looked very different. Many of the children did not return for various reasons, which in itself caused pressures for the centers. So they had to deal with additional PPE required, that social distancing, and then the whole issue around funding. So Social Service 2020 service highlights. We issued additional funds through COVID-19 related to provincial discretionary benefits in order to aid clients with PPE and other basic needs. So for a single, that would have been $100. For a family or a couple, that was $200. So we were able to issue that from the months of April to July. And we also were able to do it again in December. So in December, we were able to issue that to every single client on our caseload to really make sure that they were supported during the Christmas period. Employment activity requirements for clients have been temporarily put on hold. But even with that, we were able to serve 21 clients. So the province told us that we didn't need to be calling clients, having employment activity. We decided that wasn't the approach that we wanted to take. We really wanted to provide that support for our clients, and we really did, and we reached out during this time. And because of that, we were successful. From the onset of COVID-19, supports were offered to clients on an ongoing basis. In some cases, the caseworker connection was the only contact clients had during this challenging time. We also completed file reviews and file cleanups in preparation for upcoming electronic data management, which is a provincial process, which we're going to be seeing coming in 2021. Next slide. So some additional highlights. 6 of our licensed childcare operators opened their doors to support the need for emergency childcare in December 2020 and January 2021. We had over 77 supported. From 2019 to 2020, I'm very happy to say we were able to increase our licensed childcare spaces in the county. So infants, 30% more, toddlers, 10% more, preschools, 4% more, and school age, 1% more. I can tell you that the county and the licensed childcare spaces has been growing over the last number of years, and it's wonderful to see. I'm hoping that we're going to be able to continue to do that because we're seeing a lot of growth in our community. Our new licensed childcare spaces that opened are Angels Daycare. They opened one in just recently in Thorndale, in Kamoka, and Arva. We also had Kids Go Childcare who opened in Kamoka. And we also had federal childcare safe restart funding in the amount of $587,999.84, which was issued to our licensed childcare centers. And this really helped them during the difficult COVID period. Next. So under our social housing and homeless prevention, so library and social services collaborated on a community pilot project. And we found this pilot project in another community and considered it a really good best practice. The Community Navigator position was created in September 2020. And I have to say, as it turns out with COVID-19, it was very good timing for us. This position is managed by Library Services, but funded through the Community Homeless Prevention Initiative, CHIPPY, which is in my budget, social services. This role is to support the housing, homelessness prevention, and life stabilization needs for residents in the county. And then the big item that we dealt with in 2020 and continuing in 2021 is that Social Services Relief Fund.
You've muted yourself, Cindy.
Sorry about that. Did I just do that?
Right at the time when it was like the big item.
No, I think it's been going on for like 20 minutes. I don't know.
Start again.
I'll start over on again. And I am very excited about this. Social Services Relief Fund. We were able to successfully apply and receive $344,584. So the COVID-19 homeless prevention funding is available to assist individuals with support such as rental, utility arrears, emergency motel stays, grocery cards, transportation, and capital upgrade retrofit request. Funding has to be spent by March 31st, 2020, and I am confident we're going to be able to do that. Next. So we also, with some of our CHIPPY dollars, we were able to distribute funding to our community food banks during COVID-19. We did notice that these food banks had a lot of new individuals that were coming to them, and they were very, very grateful when we were able to provide them some funding. We also collaborated with community partners in supporting displaced community members when we had that big Strathmore apartment fire. So we worked with Victim Services, Red Cross, and Emergency Services. And in 2020, we did the first coldest day of the year. It was an event to raise awareness of homeless issues in our community. This was held in Strathmore, and it was jointly done with our library. In 2020, a virtual event will be held on February 27th, 2021, and we can send further information out to you. Next. So 2021 opportunities. We're excited with the River Heights Childcare and Early On Child and Family Center. I have been talking to Thames Valley District School Board, and they just have to make some modifications to some of their drawings, and they'll be sending that back to the province for approval. We have Elm Childcare Center moving into their new space, which is in Glencoe, so that will be very exciting for that community. We have the Skills Advantage Ontario, which is a regional initiative that link employers to the manufacturing sector with the supply of job-ready partner participants through a unique training and skill development program. We have the opening of the social services in the Strathmore Library headquarters. We have working with our community partners to improve our programs and services for our homeless population. And we're going to be working a little bit more with the City of London around some of our homeless population. And social assistance transformation. So this is a big item for us at Ontario Works. It is improving client access to employment services and life stabilization supports. I'll be talking about that again in a minute. So some of our challenges. The province is providing additional capital funding for licensed childcare centers. But what we have to ensure is that they also are providing the operational funding that goes with it. The continuous change of technology enhancement and new products. So for example, for the Ontario Works is My Benefits, and of course this electronic data management system. The lack of registered early childhood educators is a very big deal in the county. It's across the province, but we really feel it in our rural communities. We have been working with our childcare operators on this. I can tell you we did apply for some federal funding. We haven't heard back. I'm really hoping that we might receive some funding to be able to support our childcare operators with this. COVID-19 recovery impacts on our community partners and childcare centers. And we spent a lot of time talking to our childcare centers, especially at the beginning when the pandemic, when the first months, I guess, of the pandemic, and really working through them. Recently, we just had a meeting with our childcare operators, and we invited in ministry reps and the health unit just to talk to our childcare operators, and I know they found that very helpful. We also had an increased growth in our homeless and vulnerable population. Our chippy dollars are capped at the 119,682. So this is provincial dollars, but we receive this through London, who is the service manager. The county only receives 1% of the CMS provincial allocation. So why I say it is a challenge is because we've got this additional dollars from the SSRF in 2020 and 2021, and we're seeing additional pressure or needs for homeless, but we only have limited dollars to be able to deal with that. COVID-19 has impacted the accessibility to affordable food, resulting in an increase of access to the food banks. And the cost of social housing continue to increase. So that is the funding line where we get the invoice, I guess, from the City of London in order to support that social housing. And then, of course, we continue to see that increase in the complex cases for Ontario Works. So that's the mental health and addictions. Next. So quickly, some budget highlights. So the Ontario Works program costs have decreased by 210,626. So I just want to point out that is the actual program costs that go to the clients. It is 100% funded by the province. The reason for this decline is because we are seeing a decrease in our caseload. And we can attribute this decline into our caseload is because there is other funding out there right now clients are able to access. We know that this won't be around forever, and when that disappears, I do honestly believe that we are going to see clients come back on our caseload. And of course, every year we see individuals move from OW to ODSP. And I think in 2020, we've seen about 22% of our caseload do that. And in regards to who left for other kind of like our CERB, things like that, it probably was around 34% that did that. So our mentioned below, Ontario Works caseload size decreased in 2020. So in 2020, we had 407 benefit units. In 2021, we have 365. And our childcare funding changes, they're expected in 2022. If you remember, I went to council in 2019 and talked about some funding changes in regards to childcare. This year, there was a one-time mitigation funding that is able to offset some of those expenditures we were expecting in 2021, but we anticipate they're going to come back up in 2022. And this budget also includes a housing and homelessness position that will really support our homeless and housing strategic plan going forward. And I'm going to open that up to questions.
I was just reading some of your notes. Okay, thanks for that, Cindy. Any questions or comments on the overview that Cindy's provided at this point? Cindy, with regards to the OW, given that it's 100% funded and it's based on our caseloads, so you indicated that there's other options out there. So if those options are taken away, and so let's just say in July, all of a sudden our caseload increases, do the dollars flow at the same time?
Okay, there's twofold for that. So if it's the program costs, those are 100% provincial. So yes, we will continue to get those increased costs. Then there's the cost of admin and employment, which would get for our administration costs. Those are, and it's another issue that I guess fresh off the press, if I want to say it like that. I built the 2021 budget, assuming that the employment cost of admin, and then the other Ontario Works cost of admin, if I want to say it like that, we're going to be fixed. Because it's my understanding the province of Ontario fixed the Ontario Works administration costs in 2018. In 2021, they fixed the other piece, which we call the employment admin funding. However, I reached out to the City of London because I hadn't heard anything from them to find out if our funding had changed and what that looked like. And I did get a response back on Monday that our cost of admin and employment was going to decrease because our caseload had decreased. And it looks like it's about $125,000, which is significant for the County of Middlesex. So I'm in the middle of putting an email back to understand that better, because I've been through lots of other budgets to look at the wording and to be clear around what other municipalities are dealing with and been told. And what I can gather is that the Ontario Works, so it's two components, the Ontario Works cost of admin was frozen from the province at the 2018 actuals. And then this employment got frozen in 2021. So I'm just waiting for some clarity to come back to you. Otherwise, I'm going to have a little bit of a pressure that's in my budget this year. And I guess it goes back to our contract that we have with the City of London around delivery of service that's linked to our caseload. And I guess my response back to you is, if every other municipality isn't being penalized because their caseload is fluctuating, why would Middlesex be? But that has to be a conversation I need to have with the City of London at this time. But I will do my best to advocate on our behalf.
Okay, Ina.
On that topic and that comment about cost, does the contract actually say then that those kinds of admin costs, a certain portion of admin costs are totally fixed and can be spread over X clients, and then there's a point at which things change because there are more people and fewer people? Isn't it just doesn't make sense to me that it would be treated as a variable cost, which is what it sounds like, that London has said, this is a variable cost, therefore your caseload's down and you don't need this money to cover the cost of administration at the same level. Or am I misunderstanding the explanation that I just heard?
Through the warden to Mayor DeVee, the funding model for Ontario Works, the cost of admin, is based on caseload. And it is based on caseload from the province. And it is legs. So the rationale is what you're thinking would make sense. However, it is based on caseload. I guess our complexity comes in is because we have a contract with the City of London to deliver Ontario Works in the County of Middlesex. And there is, again, a tie to caseload. I guess my concern is the province has fixed this for a period of time, but yeah, they're still connecting that to caseload and to the contract. And I'm saying that puts additional pressure on us and is different for Middlesex compared to others if it's fixed for them. It's not an easy solution, I guess, but it's something well worth me going back and having discussion further.
Okay, thank you.
So is it fair to say that as with some other shared services, so to speak, or contract issues, or how we're getting our funding, that, yeah, like we're not being treated equitably as opposed to other municipalities and getting their funding from the province and how that trickles down?
So the complexity, I guess, of Middlesex is that we are the only one in the province that has this unique relationship with the City of London. And I do want to say that I'm very grateful for that unique relationship, because I think we're exceptional at how we can serve our residents and provide them really good social service programs. But because of that, sometimes it can feel like definitely that there seems to be a difference between ourselves and our neighboring communities. And I know we've talked about early on before, where our funding is very different. I talked about Chippy, again, where the homeless dollars that we get is very different than our neighboring communities. And clearly Ontario Works is now kind of feeling like the same thing as well.
So what's the answer?
Well, I guess my first thing is to go back and really, again, have a conversation to say, I talked to my council and I'm not understanding if it's fixed. How come we're still being impacted by our change in caseload? And in 2018, when the funding was capped, we used the maximum dollars that we had available to us. So it's not like we didn't spend all of our dollars, we did spend all of our dollars. So at this point, that's all I can do is go back and have a conversation with them again and see where I go. Otherwise, I guess I have to come back to yourself and to Mr. Rayburn, and maybe we have to go back and have a bigger discussion with the city around this. Now, for us, $125,000 is a lot of money. And so I think it's worth us having a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's about making sure that I can provide the best services for our community. Mm-hmm. I think they must have had a change over there in some staff, because normally I am notified earlier about my Ontario Works funding, my childcare funding, and even social housing. But I had to reach out, and I was just getting answers basically the end of last week and this week in regards to that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on that overview? Ina.
Through you to Cindy, I was going to ask you about the childcare, and I'm trying to understand. I know things were really crazy during COVID, and that people were having a hard time finding childcare. What kinds of factors affected who could and could not, or would not open up? Seeing as we had 6 centers that opened up in December and January. Can you just give some color around that?
Sure, maybe I should clarify that. It was around that emergency childcare. So that was where the funding was provided from the province, and that was for like emergency workers. So a childcare could have been open, but on top of that, they were open for the emergency childcare. So the childcare centers had to be temporarily shut down for a period of time because they were mandated, and then they slowly started to open. But so there is that difference between the regular childcare operations and then being able to provide that emergency childcare.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there's nothing else on the overview, do you want to walk us through some of the numbers there, Cindy?
Yeah. Okay, so you can see there's a clear division here between on the revenues. We have the County of Middlesex portion, and then we have the government contribution portion. Again, which is, we receive a portion for our Ontario Works cost of admin. We also have this piece which I call employment. We also have the program costs that we directly get from the province. We get all of our childcare funding. And then, so that's what makes up the government contribution. And I just want to point out again that for the childcare, because of that one-time mitigation funding from the province, as you know, for a number of years, we've had to do the municipal contribution of that $224,000. So for 2021, That still will be the only contribution we are required. However, as we go again into 2022, there will be additional costs that are going to be asked of us. So it will go back to very similar to Ontario Works of that 50-50 cost funding. There also is a change from the ministry in regards to currently you can have 10% of your program costs that can be used towards cost of admin. That will be changing to 5%. At this point of time, I'm not clear on how that will impact the County of Middlesex. I am currently working with the City of London to understand these new changes that are going to be in 2022. And I'll be coming back to council similar to I did in 2019 with a really fulsome analysis to talk about what these costs are going to look like. And then I'd say the biggest change for the County of Middlesex portion of the revenue there, which is number one, the majority of that, of course, is the housing. And on the back of your, I guess, your budget binder, I actually have provided the summary of the budget for 2021, 2022, and 2023 that was provided to me from the City of London. And that identifies the increase of the social housing budget. So in 2021, it is now $5,722,885. And then if we look at the expenditures, so we can just quickly go through salaries. You noticed I haven't, there hasn't been a significant change in salaries from 2021 to 2020. And again, all of the salaries go back to the funding, and it all goes back to how much 50-50 dollars we get, how much dollars we get for childcare and for the province. So it's formulas that are determining all of those costs, and if I can maximize those envelopes in order for our staffing. And in terms of that, I did provide you kind of a summary of our staff. So I know I talked about it earlier in the presentation, but so we have 2 managers of social services, we have 6 caseworkers, we have 3 case associates, we have 2.5 program support workers, and we have I've identified a new homeless and housing position. We also have the local system support equipment. So that's working with our IT department. So if you were to look at, that is tab number 6. And that's just our computer software, our computer, and our network costs. So those are costs that ITS incurs, but they incur them on behalf of social services. And then if you look at item number 7, which is our travel, you will notice that there is a decrease. And that decrease obviously is in connection to COVID. And also it's in connection to our strategic approach, is where we really want to be working in our communities. And as you know, over a period of years, we've been working with our libraries in order to work out of those and have offices in them. And that allows us to really serve our clients where they live. So that also is another reason why the travel has been reduced in 2021. And the other items, office expenditures, you're going to see that I haven't reduced office expenditures. And the reason I haven't reduced office expenditures is because our largest expenses are postage and office supplies. So monthly, we have to send out our monthly checks, or it's our DBD statements to our clients. So that continues. I know there was conversation at the last one in terms of, can we do something more electronic? I can tell you, in the nature of our clients, right now we can't do that. But as the province goes towards more automation, we might be able to see ways that we can reduce costs for that. Also in our office expenditures will be the cost of paper for us. And everything we do with our clients, we have a lot of paperwork, and we have to print that off. They have to sign that. So that also is a reason why our office supplies is not increasing, because that will continue. And then in accommodations, number 12, I did increase our accommodations to reflect us moving out more into the community and the new Strathroy location where we're going to be co-locating with the library headquarters. Our team is very excited about that, having more of a presence in Strathroy Caradoc and really being able to serve our clients there. And then the other item is our purchase service. And our purchase service is our contract with Leeds. And Leeds has been a very integral part of our service delivery model here at Ontario Works. And they work with our most vulnerable clients. And then I would say the participating expenses. So this budget line is our employment supports that go directly to our client. So that includes things like our work boots, our transportation costs, and other costs that support employment. And then program costs, we already talked about that, but that's our biggest. And again, that is 100% funded by the province, and that goes directly to our clients. Next. So we have children's services. Now these lines can fluctuate year to year. It just depends on what funding we get from the City of London, what initiatives are going on. At the end of the day, up until 2021, we've been able to get additional provincial dollars, but again, our contribution at the county is still that $224,000. And one comment I do want to make in regards to our total children's services, so that approximately $4 million of our total expenditures. If I was to go back to 2010, we probably are going to see that number more than double. And in 2019 is when there was some additional funding from the province that went out to actually childcare centers and to individuals. That number was a lot higher. So you can see the activity there in children's services has really increased over a period of time. We've received more fee subsidy, which is wonderful for our community and for our families. We also have more licensed childcare spaces in the county. So the general operating grant really will reflect that as well. And in the last few years, we've also received the wage subsidy as well. The capacity dollars, for us, it's just a flow in and flow out because the City of London actually has the contract with an organization called Strive. And what Strive does is they do the professional development and training for our childcare operators. We've been working with Strive for the last couple of years to really make sure that these training opportunities are provided in the county and not just in the City of London. And I'm very happy to say they're very receptive of that. They attend our Middlesex Children's Services Network meetings. They talk to our childcare operators, and they're really responding to what we need in the county. So that's very exciting to see. And in regards to our special needs, again, this is another line item I say comes in and comes out because the contract for the special needs is with the City of London. But this is a wonderful service that's provided to our children at our licensed childcare centers. And then, of course, we've talked about social housing and the increase in social housing. And I guess my comment here, it's a combination of an increase in the, if I want to say kind of a min cost, but it also consists of business cases. I laid out the business cases in last year's budget, and the business cases continue on for a 4-year period. So we are going to see increases over the next few years that are related to social housing. And the only other comment I would make would be Middlesex Supports, which is that line for $124,000. So we've had this program in place since 2009. And the programs are to assist children. And for example, some of the funding that we do there, we have, in the past, we funded Women's Rural Resource Center, which is really the baby book bags. And that was for about $2,500. We had Family Services of Thames Valley, which is family and credit counseling available to all low-income families throughout Middlesex County. And that's roughly for about $65,000, but it serves about 151 children and 168 families. We also have Marymount, which has the Strathroy Mutual Aid and Parenting Program. So they are supporting our vulnerable families with that have no community supports. And usually that's young mothers who rely on the mentoring received to learn how to parent and increase their self-esteem and their self-sufficiency. And that's about $10,000. And it supports about 285 children and 214 families. We also have, they have the Can I Play 2 and program that's at Municipality of Southwest Middlesex and of course Strathroy Care Dog. And that's the Municipality of Southwest Middlesex is for $6,500 and it supports about 27 children and 16 families. The Can I Play 2 for Strathroy is about $10,000 and it supports 60 children and 45 families. We also have a bit of funding that we support for Children's Aid Society, and that's swim passes for low-income families in the summer. And they give out usually about 24 family passes and 42 individual passes, and that's for $500. And then in the last few years, we worked with the Western University Student Council in their early outreach conference, and that's funding to support an early outreach conference for targeted grade 7 and 8 students. The conference was created in 2006, and it's probably going into about its 6th year that students from the County of Middlesex will be attending. So it's a very exciting initiative. They actually get to go and stay on campus. They get to experience what it's like to go to Western. They also get to experience what it's like to go to Fanshawe College. So it's a very exciting opportunity for some of our youth in our community, and that is for $5,000. So I think that's a highlight of my expenditures, but if I miss something, I'm sure you're going to ask me a question on it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Cindy, questions on Cindy's proposed budget? So the housing piece.
Yeah.
So that $5.7 million, I know when we looked at it last year and we knew that it was going to be an incredible increase over the next 4 years. And of course, the question came from council, it came from this committee, you know, how does that translate to new units in the county? And I don't think we've really got a clear answer on that, but it's these business cases, right? So I guess the question is that $5.7 million, is that total investment, like that we're paying, are we guaranteed that that money's coming back to the county? Or is that supporting, is it supporting housing across the region?
So to the warden, to answer your question, is it supports the system. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the funding comes to Middlesex. And I know we've asked that question before and we've tried to get clarity, but that's what we're told. It supports the system and Middlesex County is part of the system. And it also doesn't include any new units.
No. Okay, any other questions or comments? You had mentioned in your overview, and I had forgot to ask you just about how, you know, COVID kind of shone a light on the issue of homelessness across the county. And I think, you know, we've all said this in the circles that we've traveled that, you know, again, COVID the gaps were already there, but it really highlighted, what is going on in our communities and with certain demographics. So the homeless piece, are you seeing this like across the board in the county? I think we can safely say it's probably more visible in Strathroy. I would think, just because of the nature of the community and being able to access services and what they can offer. But are we seeing an increase, a visible increase in other communities across the county? And whether that shows as couch surfing, that sort of thing.
And that's the difficult part. It is hard to see that hidden homeless that's in all of the communities, and you're correct, other than the Strathroy Caradoc community. And it's, we see it more in Strathroy Caradoc because the services are there. We also have the women's shelter that is there. And so that's why we see it more. But I would say where we're seeing that homelessness piece through COVID would be individuals needing to access the food shelters or food banks. That's where we're seeing that. So we were able to provide funding across the board to any food banks that were out there. We were able to provide some additional, through Chippy, some additional funds. So that's everywhere from Dorchester to Glencoe to Elsie Craig. And Elsie Craig supports a lot of other communities other than just Elsie Craig. It also, I know, reaches out to Lucan Badolf, and it reaches out to Middlesex Center. So they are extremely busy. And I could tell you that I know Glencoe, the food banks there, they also support Mount Bridges, that they are extremely busy as well. So that's how we've seen, I guess, the connection to homeless in the communities. Or I would say, if not homeless, maybe vulnerable individuals. And I don't see that decreasing. I guess, and I kind of link homelessness and affordable housing kind of go together. And we really need to think about that affordable housing question and how do we go forward. We've outlined it in our homeless prevention and housing strategy, and I think we have some good suggestions in there on how we can start to talk about that across our communities. Now, that's not something obviously the county does on its own. We work with the local municipalities. It's my department. It also is Dirk's department from planning to work with you to make sure that you have the supports, the information that you need to make some decisions. And we also work with the City of London. So there is the Housing Development Corp that is also available to reach out and talk to staff at local municipalities to talk a little bit about affordable housing and some of the tools that are out there to support you.
I guess, when it comes to this topic, I can speak for obviously Lucan Badolf. It's a conversation that is happening, or a subject that is happening more and more, and it's being brought up, and the concern is more and more. And unfortunately, affordable housing can mean a lot of different things, right? So that's the one thing, is to try to figure out, when you say affordable housing as a community, what is it that you're actually talking about. But going back to the strategy that we have, and that, I don't know, is it two years old now, I guess, maybe. Again, going back to the cycling strategy, you don't want it to be kind of shelved there. We should be having these conversations with our partner municipalities. What is it that we can be doing? And again, is it just these small steps, with the partner municipalities, with developers, that sort of thing. And maybe at this stage, if we're not in a position to put dollars behind it at this point, but at least to get that conversation going, this might be the year to start that, right?
Absolutely. I think there's a lot around the education piece, and you are correct. What is the continuum of housing and what is affordable housing? And a lot of individuals in the community don't understand affordable housing isn't social housing. It's more than that. And it's about individuals that will work in like restaurants in your community. Where could they afford to live? As we all know, there's not a lot of rental accommodations in the county, and that's putting a lot of pressure on a lot of individuals, especially the most vulnerable and our youth. And as we're trying to attract our youth back after they've gone away to college or university, how are we able to do that? Because I think all of us are seeing the housing prices and the increase on the housing prices. And we've seen through COVID that push to come back out to the county because it is a really great place to live. However, we also have to think about our community and how do we support those individuals that currently live here that can't afford some of those large housing prices, and what affordable housing, and like I said, it could just be an apartment building where individuals are able to be able to rent and find a place to live that isn't a house or a home.
Exactly. Well, I know that the affordable housing at High Point Meadows is going to be fully full this spring when son number 4 returns home, because you know that's where they've all reverted back home, right? So anyways, Ina.
We had this conversation just Wednesday night, and this whole definition of what is affordable. Part of our problem is that what was affordable at point A, and doesn't matter how long ago that was, and then the conversation has evolved. Now we're looking at A plus B plus C has to be added to it because the price of housing in part of the community has gone this way, that the affordable is being dragged along to a point where you're going, and to your point about who's going to work at Tim Hortons, and I mean, it's even like, so my example comes back quite often to if you want to be a teacher at Parkview, you still can't afford to live in our community at a starting salary and student debt and stuff like that. It's just out of reach for that group of people. And the other segment of the population that is affected is the seniors who want to stay in the community and don't necessarily have a huge house, or I mean, there are no options really for people to kind of downsize into something more affordable and that doesn't involve the same kind of maintenance as a home would. So to your point, I think the every time you start talking about something that's denser and more compact, more affordable, we don't want those people here. And that line, those people, it's to your point, they don't understand affordable isn't necessarily subsidized housing. What you're talking about is when you say my kids can't afford to buy a house in this community, that's who we're talking about. So yeah, I think the idea of having some conversations around that, or how do you move forward with it? And I mean, Dirk is involved because this is all planning part 2. And we've had conversations with developers too, but this is what people want to buy, but this is what people want to buy. And going, yeah. And then they'll tell you too that, more affordable housing, like some people will say, well, scale down the finishes and this kind of thing. And then it comes back that, well, I think it was the Sifton group that said, yeah, we offered, these packages for these homes and those ones. And as opposed to going with this, it was check for marble counters and all the others. So I'm going, I'm not sure we're talking about the same kind of affordable here. So yeah, I think there's a lot of conversation and education, and people have to start thinking about it. I mean, I don't think everyone gets it quite what the problem is. So I think you're on the right track. And the other part about when I look at this whole budget, in my mind and what I've read and people I've talked to, the needs are going up. And I look at your budget and it's going, funding is the same, no change, no change. And I think I feel like a gloom and doomer here, but I just look at it going, how can these things be unchanged when there is, and I know there are other funds and monies and grants and things that come, but other than, an increase just to cover salaries and admin and stuff, there isn't a huge amount of difference year over year to help these people that are needing help for, I don't know, just like even food, like you said, the cost of food and getting good sustenance for people. So anyways, I'm just gonna stop there because it's not adding anything real to the conversation.
Curtis.
Just to kind of repeat some of the things that I said during our economic development or economic resiliency task force, I think is when it was. We were talking about that affordable housing, or I think the new term that people like to say is attainable housing. And they were saying, you know, well, we need to see if developers would be more willing to do semis or townhouses or whatever it is. And the thing is that you can have more townhouses or semis, but the price is still outrageous. Like if you look in the Kamoka Kilworth area, there are some beautiful townhouses there, but they're $1 million. So it just depends on where they are, what's going on, what's in the housing. And then to go along the lines of, you know, speaking about that group that is looking at purchasing their first home, and you know they've now saved up this great deposit or down payment for a house, and now the housing market right now is skyrocketing for whatever reason. And the only what I've noticed is a lot of houses that are going up for sale are not your family home. It's the people that are normally renting out those homes, because anybody that's looking to sell their home right now to purchase another one, they can't even afford to do that because they can't find a home. So what I've noticed is that the rental market is going to be very small in the future, because the houses that are being sold right now are your typical, typically the houses that have been rental properties, which is going to be a unique challenge going forward as well. So just my 2 cents of looking at the real estate market in the last little while as to, you know, what's happening and how people can afford to purchase their, you know, their first home, or even moving from one type of home into, you know, one situation to another. It's going to be very challenging.
There's a simple solution. We could all move to High Point Meadows. They make great food, great little golf course.
Exactly. Go for a swim, you know, do a little bit of paddle boarding.
The hockey rink's open.
The hockey rink is open. We've had a good couple weeks with it, so it's been awesome. Get some horse therapy. So, yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're not going to solve the problem here, but lots to think about for sure. I think what I get a little frustrated with is I see in this budget, I just want to, and I said this earlier, just want to make sure that those in our community that need these services are being treated with the same equity as our neighbors, and that and you know we're able to provide them with the same opportunities, you know. So okay, with that, if there's nothing else for Cindy at this point, I guess we are ready for a break. Okay, so welcome back to our county budget committee meeting. Everybody had a good lunch. Maybe before we hit the go into the administration budget discussion, if we could circle back to the social service discussion. I think over lunch there was a few thoughts that maybe while they're fresh in our mind, we could revisit with you, Cindy. So I know Brian had a couple questions, so I'll turn it over to you, Brian.
Thanks very much, Gordon. And this is basing off of that conversation we had before lunch. We had a great conversation about the issues out there in housing and homelessness. And we're proposing, we didn't talk that much about the actual budget, but I had a question off of that. And you have a new position for homeless and housing position, Cindy. And given the problems, what is going to be the scope and the focus of that work for that person to help that problem?
Sure. Great question through the warden to Councillor Rupp. I was hoping that position was going to do twofold. So one is really around that homeless piece. And as you know, we have an amount of money that we get from Chippy each year, but we try to put that back out into the community. And part of that also is covering that position that is working with our library. So that is in addition to that. In order to get any new kind of funding, we really have to have an individual that can look at funding opportunities and see where there's new funding available. So for instance, we don't get any federal homeless dollars. So it'd be nice to really be able to go after dollars like that. In addition, you also seen this year, we got that additional social service relief fund, and it was definitely needed in our community. So I can tell you that this year, to get the money, that I was heavily involved in that. And my two managers of social services were involved in putting that together. And we continue to spend the money and work with our community and do that. But that's been a lot of extra work that's been put on us. And if we want to continue to do things like that, which I honestly think will make a huge difference in our community, I'm looking for support for something like that. And then the next piece will be that whole affordable housing piece. And it's really the education piece, I think probably in the first year, is really meeting with local municipalities and talking to staff, and that awareness of what that continuum of housing is all about. And what we talked a little bit about attainable housing, I heard that from Councillor Smith, and affordable housing, and getting that story out there is what we're actually talking about. And then of course, we'll be addressing all of the strategic priorities that we had listed in the housing and homelessness plan, which council approved a little while ago. And I guess it would also be working with the City of London just to really understand affordable housing opportunities and how the county could take advantage of some of those opportunities. So a little bit to maybe a liaison between the City of London and the local municipalities.
Okay, thank you. Just to follow up with that, that's what I was wondering, like what is the day-to-day, what is that person going to be able to do to help, find a solution to it, and how much impact that person can make? And I appreciate that, Cindy. Thank you.
If I can respond a little bit more, I think one of the biggest things too is the inventory. Really having a conversation and understanding what is out there currently in our community, what our gaps are, and looking at some of our other communities and what they have in place. A lot of communities got additional SSRF dollars similar to us. Some of them got a lot more. So we've been looking at what are they doing, what is neat, unique, best practices, and really making a difference for their community. And we like to look at some of those as well, and then try to find some funding to support it.
Okay, thank you. If I can just to that, I'm hoping they look at everything like those let's call them cheaper, more affordable apartments that are in our small towns, and working with landlords for improvements on those, because that's another issue. I mean, just because the rent is cheap, they should have a good living conditions, reasonable living conditions. And so I hope that's all part of that same equation.
Yes, we can definitely include that.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Warden.
All right, thanks for that. Was there any other questions or comments that maybe we thought about over our break? Okay, seeing none, then we will move on to administration.
Great. And Greg, can you pull up the presentation? Okay, who we are. The administration budget includes, and there's a number of areas that is included in this budget, governance. So governance is council, and of course our library board, accessibility board. We also have the office of the CAO. We have the county clerk's office. We have human resources department, the treasury department, the legal department, and facilities. So our COVID-19 impacts for administration. Well, the pandemic has definitely impacted every aspect of the administration budget. So for Treasury, the 2020 audit was done remotely and did require additional staff time to complete. Staff are working mainly from home, except weekly check run process, monthly Ontario Works check run. They have to come in and pick up mail, especially some of my payroll staff, banking requirements. And of course, in order for us to complete our year-end process, we're going to see staff coming in a little bit more in order to do that. And then also we'll have to get ready for the 2020 audit. And again, it's going to require additional staff time in order to do that. We also had additional reporting requirements associated with the COVID-19 and the related funding from federal and provincial governments, because we have to keep track of everything and we have to be able to report back on these. And some of it requires a lot of paperwork, especially in our long-term care. And facilities, so our county building is temporarily closed to the public. There has to be, however, that staff that are in there, there is physical distancing on staff, and of course we have to have enhanced cleaning requirements. Next. Human resources. So I should point out that I did reach out and I talked to Jess in Human Resources and Wayne in Legal, and of course Kathy in Clerks to get some input into this presentation as well. So for human resources, it's ensuring compliance with the ever-changing rules and regulations, development and implementation of COVID-19 guidelines and policies, and COVID-19 health and safety awareness and training for staff. So if you've come into the county building or some of the other buildings, you will see lots of signs that are all over the place, just making sure that people understand they have to wear a mask, that social distancing is required. So for legal, the impacts are, and I only pulled a couple, but has had its regular complement of work together with COVID-related matters to work for clients. So it's just really the combination of two things I've had to deal with. But I can say that's with everybody. COVID just put that whole next layer or level of work upon us. And then this work has been everything from advice and opinions concerning emergency legislation to lobbying, MMH for the Municipal Act amendments, to drafting the first electronic meeting procedures for the Municipal Act council meetings, and then a number of other things. Next. So service highlights. Of course, a big event that happened in 2020, and you've heard a lot from our CAO, Mr. Rayburn, about this, was the sale of the county properties. We also had management support provided to Adelaide Metcalf, and of course in Treasury, we also did the payroll services for Adelaide Metcalf. And again, Mr. Rayburn has talked to County Council about that. Payroll review, if you remember, we received that modernization funding in 2020, and it was for the payroll review. The Treasury Department led it from the county's perspective. We also had the completion of pay equity process for management and union. We had the launch of the community transportation program, which was a very exciting program in our county. We had the community safety and well-being strategy that's currently underway and will be completed in 2021. Of course, we had the working from home policy from Human Resources. Human Resources also had that revitalized the corporate onboarding program for new employees, and also implemented HR employee database and training platform for administration employees. Next. So some of our service highlights. Lobbying MMH for Municipal Act for necessarily e-meeting legislation changes. Demonstrating leadership, but this is again, sorry, I should have said these are legals. Demonstrating leadership by being the first in the province to draft high quality electronic meeting procedures for Municipal Act council meetings, Planning Act, public meetings, and Drainage Act hearings, which prevent appeals. Navigation of tenant abandoned equipment and health custodian breach issue before the IPC, conclusion demonstrating the county acted correctly. And the site plan control agreements, subdivision agreements, and property related strategic development initiatives. Next. So some of our 2021 opportunities. So we're looking for opportunities to automate and or modernize processes. And I can say this directly relates or ties back to our county council strategic plan. So we want to look at our payroll processes and looking at a human resource information system. And this is based on recommendations that we heard from the consultant when they did our payroll review. We also want to look at the modernization of records for the Human Resources Department. And I think COVID taught us a lot of things about the need for modernization and doing a lot more electronic things in the future. And this is from the county clerks, is looking at document management and Laserfiche and putting a lot more like council reports, that kind of information, that they're easily accessible by management. And then legal is full functioning of docket management system and the end of ongoing year-long process. We also had implement HR employee database and training platform for library employees. We're also looking at that shared services for human resources and purchasing, which I'm going to be talking about later. We have the updating policies and procedures such as human resources, health and safety, investment policy, creation of an employee manual. And we have legal, the maintenance of the ability to handle complex legal issues among the changing priorities and interruptions that occur in the demanding environment that is the legal environment. Legal, continued growth, development of existing team members. So you can tell we do have a lot of opportunities that are in front of us. We're looking forward to it. We also have the COVID-19 response and staff returning to workplaces. What's that going to look like? Are we prepared? What do we need to do? Do we have the right distancing in place? Changes in legislation that affect legal, human resources, and health and safety. We have the increasing competition to recruit and retain talented employees. I can tell you, I know that from the Treasury Department, that's always an ongoing thing, is how to find some good Treasury staff. And I know from the local municipalities, that's also a concern that's out there. Additional reporting for COVID-19, funding received from provincial and federal government. I think you've heard recently that we did get some 2021 funding already that will support land ambulance and also our long-term care. And I would anticipate that we might see more funding come forward as the year goes on, and this COVID seems to be going on a little longer than we expected. And then, of course, the ongoing financial impact as a result of COVID-19. And that's, of course, the additional expenses that we have, just the changes to how we work, as we heard early on, going virtual, then having to go outside and inside, and then virtual back. I think we're going to see a little bit of that, but there is cost associated with doing that kind of work. And then the increasing requirements to support departments. This is a Treasury one. So as we continue to grow in the county, and especially if we look at like our land ambulance, they have additional staff. So that's additional pressure that's put on payroll, OMER's expectations, understanding legislation requirements, that type of thing. And then legal is maintenance of the ability to handle complex legal issues amongst the changing priorities. Okay, next. So we've heard a bit about this already in Chris's transportation budget, but it's that whole insurance costs have been updated to reflect that expected increase in premiums with our renewal coming in July of 2021. And this increase, as we talked about previously, is not just being experienced by the County of Middlesex, it's being experienced by municipalities across the province. When we do come back for that renewal in July of 2021, we'll make sure that we're able to reference other municipalities and what they're facing and the increase that they're seeing in 2020 and 2021. The budget includes the union and non-union annual increases, and council and ward and travel and council dinners. I've reduced that by 25% to reflect virtual meetings in the first quarter of 2021. Next. So the Human Resources Department includes a 0.5 FTE of a health and safety position with the other 0.5 FTE in the transportation budget. I do want to point out that it is a full budget that was in transportation last year. We have just divided it between two different departments. So it's not a new position. It just looks differently in the budget. And a human resource position. Now this is kind of a flow in, flow out. So the human resource position will report into our human resource department, but the funding will be coming from land ambulance because that position will be supporting land ambulance. And then we have a new position, which is a purchasing manager position. It's included in the Treasury Department. This position will be responsible for implementing the centralized purchasing function within the county, ensuring that the county procurement is carried out in an open and an accountable manner. This position will also support the lower tier municipalities. In regards to that position, when we were talking a little bit about modernization with both the CAOs and the lower tier municipalities, the one thing we said, or I said, is there anything in Treasury that would be of assistance to you? And they all agreed on this purchasing manager would be a big resource for the lower tiers. So this isn't something I was planning just for the county. It's something that we would try to support all of our local tier municipalities as well. Because when we get into creating RFPs and that type of thing, it takes a lot of time and energy and work. We also have this revenue line, which is 400,000, and that was part of the use of proceeds allocation. And then we have the new facility development. Again, that was part of that use of proceeds allocation that was talked to council in January by Mr. Rayburn, our CAO. And questions?
Okay, thanks, Cindy, for that. Certainly, this department has had to work a few things and you know, take a lot of things into consideration this past year with everything that's been put in front of us. Any questions or comments for Cindy on the overview that she has presented? Then we can get in through the numbers. Curtis.
Just my first question is goes to kind of what you were just talking about, that purchasing manager position. So will that person also take on RFPs and tenders and everything else for the engineering department as well?
I have to work with Mr. Trainee on that, but that was the intention, yes.
Okay. I think it's a fantastic position. I've seen this position in another county and it works quite well. And they also have that spread out to the lower tiers. So I think it's a great position to have here. And then that way it kind of just condenses. It's just one person and they know what the ball game looks like, what to do, and able to work with the lower tiers as well. I think it's a really good position. And then the other question I have, and you may have said it, but I was flipping through the binder at the same time as you were talking. The human resources, that additional position, will that be also something that the lower tiers can use as a contracted service or agreements or anything like that?
Not
I
that.
take that one, Cindy.
Sure, you can.
Yeah, that one I would say no. That one we're putting through the land ambulance budget, and the primary function of that is, so I'd say no, yes, maybe, because the primary function of that definitely is to support land ambulance and the HR challenges that they have there. At the land ambulance, a lot of the work that needs to be done there is administrative, filling out forms and documenting different things. But it will free up Jess's time to be more helpful. I would say this year, a good 30% to 35% of her time has been in helping lower tiers. And I think if she has to do less there, then that will free up her time to be more helpful, to meet the increasing demand from the lower tiers. I think in a previous life of HR, we didn't get very many requests for help from the lower tiers. And now we're getting requests very often for that type of help. And I think that's great because, like the purchasing that you mentioned, we're getting economies of scale at the county level and the lower tier by not having to do things twice with the lower tiers. So for the common taxpayer, it's a pretty good bang for the buck. So kind of yes, no, maybe is the answer to your question, but specifically for that one thing you asked about, the answer is no.
Okay. I think, if we can look into that going forward, I think it's a great opportunity, and knowing how much support we in Adelaide Metcalfe received through our agreement that we had from the HR department. Jessica did a fantastic job. And thinking back, if that was available to us, we wouldn't have had as many speed bumps along our way in the last little while. And then the third question I have or comment is in regards to payroll. So Adelaide Metcalfe, we were able to jump into the payroll of the county to kind of have that system being used. Is that going to be something that we can look at going forward? I know you mentioned something about payroll, but is that something where the lower tiers can jump into the basket of payroll?
Through the warden to Councillor Smith, absolutely. We have to talk about that, but we are very prepared at this time to continue to support Adelaide Metcalfe. We just have to work out that arrangement. And going forward, that's all part of the payroll process review. And as you know, the treasurers are talking about that. And we're talking about that through modernization. We're talking about next steps. What does that look like? Do we want to go to a different system? Do we all want to move towards the same system? So we are in the middle of having lots of dialogue and conversation about where do we go next with payroll and actually that human resource information system as well. That's all on the table as part of our discussions right now.
Okay, excellent.
Ina?
I had a question about the support services as well. Would that work the same way as it does with Wayne? So staff would reach out and then we get billed monthly or quarterly or whatever for services that we've accessed?
So through the warden to Councillor DeVete, are you talking about the purchasing position?
Well, there's purchasing, and if there's payroll and different kinds of they're like service bundles that are popping up in this conversation. I was sort of generally asking, is that the model that we would be using? And then, I mean, there's a queue, I guess, if the person's really busy with this RFP.
That's exactly the model we'd be using. So one of the things we ran into last year was I've asked Jessica to just put together a purchase of service agreement. And that's really important because we have to define what our role is for the municipality. And I can explain when I can give you offline some specific examples of, oh, I thought you were doing this and I thought we were doing that. So we're going to lay it out exactly the same way we do with Wayne, sort of, and then bill back the same way. So everybody's on the same page about who's doing what and where the responsibilities lie. So I think using Wayne as an example is perfect.
And if I can add on, then to the extent that there are, we're purchasing services, various bundles and so forth, does your department have capacity to do all the billing and tracking of time? Like there's sort of overhead cost and time that will be used to make sure that this runs efficiently. And I'm just wondering, do you have enough headcount to do that in your department too then, Cindy?
Yes, definitely. There is a lot of work associated with doing the billing. But I do believe we have that work. Sorry, we have the ability to do that work.
Okay, thank you.
Not only that, I think we rely a lot too on the person delivering it. They get it down to a science to help us so that we capture everything appropriately. So like, I guess what we're talking about here is HR. I think we rely upon Jessica to make sure that she captures things properly so it is less work for us compared to what it would be if there was a two-step process.
It's sort of like when we were in public accounting, we tracked our time, 2 projects to the quarter hour and submitted weekly and saying, these are the things I worked on. And then.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. That
okay.
makes it so much easier for the accounting department than them having to figure everything out. And the person, if they do it in real time in the system, then it's so much easier for us all. And
you said the magic word, if there's a system there to support it and they're tracking, I mean, then they don't have pieces of paper floating around that take a lot of effort. If it's all built to a project code or something or municipal code, then you know what's in there.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to see some of those agreements coming forward with local municipalities. If they're not already there, they're going to see some of those coming forward the next little while for sure.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Okay, did you want to hit the numbers then, Cindy?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so if we take a look at the revenue line, the first one on there is supplementary taxes. So as you know, we supplementary assessment reflects the increase in the value of property during the year. We have to get this information from our lower tier municipalities, from the treasurers there, and we reconcile that. It's usually around March by the time we're done that. I can tell you that in 2019, we received about a little over 800,000 for that. I haven't adjusted the number because I do expect that the 2020 actual will probably be closer to that 700,000 just by what I've seen coming in so far. So that's why I've maintained it in 2021 at the same amount. We also have the interest income from general. So it's budgeted in 2020 at 250,000. We are expecting a decrease for that. The 160 was the number that I provided when I did my October update, I believe, to you, October, November. It could be close to 160 to the $200,000. Of course, we have to look at all of our interest and apply it to our reserve funds. And then what actually stays is actually the interest income from the bank. But I'm guessing it's probably more like around the 200,000. And that's why I still maintain the same budget at 250,000 for 2021. Then we have item 3, which is our recoveries. And you will notice when you look at your backup sheet, the amount that we're expecting from our solicitor. I've kept that the same for 2021 as 2020. So that's the invoices that we send out to the lower tiers for the work that's done for the legal department. The next one is recoveries from the lodge. And that covers, and I think you just heard that recently from Brent when he did the budget for the lodge, is for treasury staff and payroll staff. And it's just a direct wash for their time. And the other one is recovery from land ambulance. So again, it's very similar. If any of our treasury staff do work for land ambulance, we get funded back for that. So as you know, I spend my time there, my financial analyst. And this year it is increased, and the increase is one, that payroll discussion we just had. So that, sorry, the payroll, the HR position is included in there. And also I put in there a small piece for the purchasing manager because I believe we will be supporting land ambulance as well, and they should pay their portion of that. So the next big item that would be there is rent. So on your sheet, we have, I lost you. What is that? Sorry, I don't know what happened. My screen went. Sorry about that. So we have rent. So we have that, and I mentioned it already, was that allocation of the proceeds, and that's what was that 400,000. We also have where the next line is rental. It should be that room 9 and 10. And then we have the parking lot, which I still have the same amount of revenue in there, that 60,000. Again, that will come back likely to a COVID discussion. Because of COVID-19, we're not able to get individuals to come into our parking lot and park and go to events. We also have in there the rental of our hall or Middlesex room. We also have the rental of social services. So that comes from the social services budget because we rent space here in the county building. And then we have that additional rent that's coming from the headquarters of ambulance. And I've done a little summary for you that shows the annual leases that we're getting and offset it against our unfunded liabilities, but we still keep a piece of that income that's coming into the budget on a year-to-year basis. So the next item is, and we've had a little bit of talk about that already, is the community transportation budget. Just want to again point out there that this is 100% funded. We are getting the 1.5 million, which is over that period of years, which goes to March 2023. So if we don't spend our allocation in the 1 year, we're allowed to carry it forward to the next year. So this year we're hoping when things get a little better, we can start to look at, should we do a Saturday service? Is there any evenings? So how can we do some additional things on top of our regular service that we have operating? And we do have the funding in order to be able to do that. And we've also talked about, can we work with the province to extend it? Because obviously our first year of operations in the middle of a pandemic, and we're not getting the numbers and the usage we would like to see. It continues to be on every strategic document that I do, whether it's like a social service or a childcare or housing and homelessness, transportation always seems to be an issue that's still mentioned. And even in our community safety and well-being, we're hearing again, transportation is an issue. So we know that our community wants it, and we really want to be able to show that a system like this works. It's just difficult in the middle of a pandemic. And then of course we always have that line that's a transfer from reserve, and that's just to offset our insurance. So The next is our expenses. Let me get my pages. So we have the remuneration for council, so remuneration and benefits. And I've already mentioned that the annual non-union increase I have is 1.7%. And of course, it goes back to the incremental change for the council salaries. That's built in here as well. And we've talked about insurance already, that it includes a small increase for what we expect with the renewal. In the travel line, which is number 10, you will see there is a small reduction for travel because of the virtual meetings. I've only done 25% because I figured that captured first quarter of 2021. And then the only other small decrease would be in the expenses, and that has to do with the council dinners. And again, I did a first quarter and reduced it by that amount. I have left the conventions the same because I know that most of you are going to conventions in some form, whether virtual, and hoping towards the end of the year, we might see conventions done a little bit differently, but I leave that for you to make a decision on. And then memberships. I know yesterday when we were doing the economic development presentation, there was a question about where SCORE fit. So under our memberships, you will actually, SCORE is in there. We also have AMO, we have Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, we have FCM, we have OGRA, all included in that amount. And I think otherwise I kept things here. I tried to do some actuals. So you'll notice like special events, we probably only have maybe 3,000 in there. I haven't changed those because again, we're really hoping that we're going to see some things lift up by the end of the year. So they've maintained last year's balance. Okay, and the second. So library board, basically it's the same thing. It's that non-union increase of the 1.7%. And with the per diems. And that would go for the accessibility and for the library board. That's how that gets impacted. And then we want to go into the, so that is governance. And then I will move towards, oh, and if you'll notice, just for like Middlesex accessibility, travel expense conventions, I didn't change that. It's a very small amount to begin with. The same as the library, I didn't change that. So under administration, okay, so we've already had that conversation. We see an increase here in salaries, and we've talked about that human resources department. That includes, again, it's that 0.5 of the health and safety, but previously it was 100% in transportation. So transportation should go down by the other 0.5. And then we also have that flow through of that position again for land ambulance. And then we've had that discussion about a purchasing manager, and it's included in the treasury salary. And then if you want, I can give you the quick summary of the staffing. So for the CAO, we have one. The clerk's department, we have the clerk, and we have one FTE for the receptionist. And for treasury, we have myself, 2 financial analysts, a junior financial analyst. And I should point out, again, there's some funding from social services that does go to support some of my salary, and it does support some of the junior financial analysts because she supports all of our social services. We also have the payroll, 2.5. I can tell you that my payroll staff is retiring in the middle of the year, so I will have to look at somebody to do the payroll for land ambulance and the lodge, which are the difficult and complex payrolls. We have a payables clerk, a receivables clerk, and then I have the manager of treasury operations, which will be coming online this year. Because of COVID, I delayed it a little bit, but I do need that position. And then in legal, I have the county barrister and solicitor. I have 2 for the legal counsel, and that full-time legal assistant. And human resources, we've talked about that already. I have the generalist, the human resource officer, and then the health and safety, 0.5. So then, and of course, we have the pay equity that would have went through, so it might have affected some of the positions in here. And we also have the 1.7 non-union would increase the salary and benefits lines overall, which is consistent across the corporation.
Cindy, did you include step increases for the grid as well? Because sometimes public sector organizations forget that. I just want to make sure.
I hope so. My staff do the behind the scenes for.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Oh, I'm gonna say anything for salaries. My staff would have done that, and they put it in their sheets and they pull it up. So I had to check by 2 of them, so it should be good.
Yeah, it'd be pretty embarrassing if we forgot that for sure.
Yeah. So the next lines are education, travel. And we have listed there's a CAO, there's a clerk, there's HR, there's health and safety, treasury, and county solicitor. I have kept them consistent. So we could have a conversation if you want around that. But for my team, for example, they still are we're required to do professional development. So is the legal department. So we will still be doing that. We have some travel in there, but we don't have a lot of travel in our expenditures. It's more around that training. And I also, I can tell you for the Treasury Department, I have built in there I'm thinking succession planning. I have a number of younger staff that I really want to grow and develop because, as I said earlier, it is really hard to find municipal staff that understand the Treasury Departments. And maybe we can get some of our Treasury staff to support local tiers in the future, like what we've done with other positions. So that is my goal, hopefully, and intent. And then the other big pieces, I guess, would be our operations. And again, it's fairly consistent with what's in there. Of course, you will see in the background, there is some cell phones and there's telephones, but our telephones are the voice over, as you know. So those are charges that are just allocated among everybody in the corporation. And we have office supplies, which covers things like maintenance contracts for a photocopy, our postage meter, our postage scale, and our check signer. So we do still have a lot of postage that goes out there, especially from the Treasury Department. All of our checks we mail out. So again, when I was talking modernization, that's another area I'd like to look at in the future. And that's what Greg is on the line with us. Greg is looking at some of that stuff as we move forward. He's helping me with modernization. Started with Questica, and we still have a lot of work to do with Questica and budget book. But payroll processes and any other kind of modernization stuff that we can do in the Treasury Department, and then other areas in the county as well. You will also know that in there we also have things like software support licenses. So software is like our Great Plains, Questica, the FIR, and we have expenditures for clerks. Again, it's around some of that software that we have. And we have some memberships, those are across. So all of us, again, if professional designations, we have memberships and we have associations that we belong to. And we have other things like corporate branding. So I don't have anything on, but that would be county material that we have for county councilors. And we have bank service charges because it's a big enough item. It's about 10,000. And that helps us with things like our overdraft protection. And again, I do want to point out, if there's additional costs associated with COVID, we will apply that against the COVID funding. You're not going to see that in this budget because they're temporary, one-time in nature. So we haven't included them, which is consistent with what we've done with other programs we've had in the past that are one-time temporary. We also have, I guess I'm going to look for a big item down there, our consulting. I haven't made any changes to the consulting. So consulting, we have Like tax assistance, I work with a company called MTE, Municipal Tax Experts, and I actually talked to them this week a little bit about our tax rates and the impact to residents, that type of thing. So they make sure all of our tax rates are correct before we implement them. We have some consulting for HR. We have consulting for legal searches. And we also have a big amount, which is 70,000, and that's for the Accessibility Advisory Coordinator or the Integrity Commissioner. And that is under the consulting line. So that's number 31. Of course, we have, if you look at 30, sorry, I should have mentioned that, we have audit. KPMG came to County Council this week and talked about the audit plan for 2021. You will see there's a $3,000 increase in there, and they talked about it during the presentation. Once again, the COVID increases aren't included in there, but if there is additional costs related to COVID because of auditing, we will be able to claim them. And last year there was additional work required of both my staff and Treasury and also KPMG staff because it was new and a lot more work had to go into that process. We've already talked about the insurance, tax write-offs. So I have an amount in there of 400,000, and I can tell you the actuals for 2019, I believe they were around 440,000. And I kind of usually compare the tax write-offs. I kind of look at those in combination with that supplementary income. So we might get a little bit more supplementary income, and we might get a little bit more tax write-offs, but the two of those should balance. And is there another sheet, Greg? Okay, so we've talked about the 125 already. That's just the insurance. So the next one is capital. So it's that 27,800. And that is any technology that we may need. We get that line item from the ITS department. So if I need a new laptop or a monitor, it's all part of that process that they go through. And that 27,800 covers all of administration budget. So treasury, legal, council, all of that. So facilities operating is kind of the last major section that I have here. So we have the salary and benefits. So we have one full-time buildings maintenance supervisor. And we also have some casual hours that are in there, and that's for building maintenance outside, so helping cutting the grass. And when we have our parking lot up and going, it also is paying for the attendant who's collecting the money for the parking lot. That's all built in this salary line. And that's why there's a little bit of a drop in that. Truck maintenance is 7,800. So I can tell you that the actual in 2020 for that was 7,614. And that's the reason that that line hasn't gone down, but it's pretty close to the actuals we had in 2020. And then I have the cleaning for, this is just for the county building. And our actuals in 2020 were probably about 133,000. Of course, that's just a projection right now. We still have to go through all of our year end and our entries and make sure we have all of our bills. And then utilities, our actuals was about 103,000 last year. For the insurance premiums, I have in there 16,940. And Mr. Trainee reached out to me today and he talked to Frank Cowan. Representative at Frank Cowan. And we think those amounts are probably closer to 8,000 to 10,000. Our actual in 2020 was around 10,000. So that's one area that we could maybe look at adjusting a little bit. And we also have, I'm trying to see what else is missing there. Oh, and we've talked about that transfer to capital already. And that again was if we look at the use of proceeds, That was the $1 million put away for a new facility investment. I'm just putting it into a capital account. A lot of the conversation around that proceeds of capital are going to go towards a reserve account, but that amount was going to be put aside in the capital account. Obviously based on council's approval. And I think I've went through all of the, oh, there's MPAC. Is that on the next page? Oh, right there. Okay. We also have, of course, MPAC, and that's a bill that we get. And there's a slight increase in 2021 compared to 2020. And we've already talked about community transportation.
Okay. Lots of numbers.
I know, sorry, yes, there is. This year, I hope you've seen that I did do a bit more of a breakdown, because I know in the past I've been asked if I could provide a breakdown between the legal department and the treasury department. So I hope that you can see that I did that this year for you. So it gives you a better understanding of each department on its own.
Yeah, no, appreciate that, Cindy. Okay, opening up for discussion. Ina.
I have a couple of questions. Hopefully I've got them marked, I think, and I won't forget one. Cindy, the first question I have is with respect to, in a couple of places you talk about interest income. And the first time that this jogged my memory was on number 2, the general one, the 250,000. I'm wondering, we have funds to invest, and I wondered about the current interest rate environment and what we're making on money and balancing all of that with risk. Have you looked into any kind of anything other than fixed income, I guess is my question.
So through the warden to Councillor DeVete, the answer is yes. One of I think it was my opportunities that I was going to do in the future was relook at our investment policy and strategy. And I'm actually going to work with your treasurer, and we're going to look at that together, and we're going to look to see what other options are out there. And we haven't talked to the lower tier municipalities, but that is one where your treasurer, Tiffany Farrell, and I have had conversations.
Okay, all right, so that's that one. And that isn't necessarily budget related here. It was just, yeah, I guess apropos. Okay, and I just wanted to clarify on the page 4 for rent facilities. Did you say the 77,567 was going to, that's the revenue from hall rental and county building? You said that would go through to COVID, I think.
Oh, so yes, we can go back to there. If we, my understanding, because there is no guidelines out there at the current moment on COVID and how we have to spend our COVID money from the province. But I have done a bit of research. I've had a bit of conversations. My understanding that if you have any increases to your expenses that are related to COVID, or you have lost revenue that's associated with COVID, you're able to claim that. So during COVID, obviously we had to shut our building. We're not able to rent some of these spaces. We should be able to claim that lost revenue. No different than other municipalities are claiming lost revenue from room rentals. For us, that's what it is.
Okay, I thought you did, but I somehow thought that you were still wondering, and I wasn't sure why we wouldn't get it. Okay, that clarifies that one. Thank you. And on the next page,
before you go there, maybe I'll point out that's also the reason why I did like the parking lot and kept it at the 60,000, because we need to show what we expect to get from revenue. And I did talk to somebody about that and got advice regarding that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did circle actually both of those just to make sure I heard it correctly. Oh yeah, that's Lori. Sorry, I should have bent the corners. Oh, I know. It was with respect to the community transportation project, which is 100% funded and so on. But you mentioned that to the extent that we don't use the like there's 4 years and I was going to ask you, can we carry it forward? And then you started talking about there's a question that you wanted to ask the government about extending. Is that a question? Do you think, like, would they claw that back? Because yeah, they would.
At this current moment, we have to spend the whole 1.5 million by, what is it, March 2023. So yeah, so what we haven't spent, I keep moving it forward.
Okay.
But I don't want to spend a lot of money when we're in the middle of a pandemic. So I'm not adding additional routes for the evenings or for the weekends. And that's why Mr. Calvert, when he talked about we wanted to make sure it was a stable route. We wanted to make sure people felt comfortable that we weren't going to just change the route, you know, every day type of thing. If you're going to be a student and you're getting ready to go to Fanshawe in September, you really needed to know that you could rely on the system. So that's why we've kind of kept that status quo. But we would like to add to the routes and make some small changes like Saturdays or evenings or that type of thing to respond to our community and what they've been asking for.
Right. I was more worried about in the 12-month period, if we didn't use 25%, are we at risk of losing? But if we can carry forward, this then gives you the flexibility to increase. And if something really does take off and there's a sustained interest, you can make sure that that's even better and use that money then. So, okay, I was just afraid of losing it. If it's not used in 12 months, that 25% disappears. That's not really going to help us ramp up then. Okay, and I think that was it. Yeah. Okay, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Joanne had one, wondering if at the end of all this, if we could see what the total cost of insurance is for all departments. So if we can pull those out and we can see that, that would be good.
Absolutely, we can do that.
Kathy, the other thing that you're going to see coming forward is for room 9 and 10, we're working towards finalizing a lease for room 9 and 10 to help replace some revenue. So you're going to see that as well. We haven't really, that would be accounted for in here because Cindy, you kind of kept things level, but we're working towards that as well.
Yeah.
Just through the warden to Mr. Rayburn, I do have a little bit in there for that, but we'll have to reconcile that to what you're expecting.
Brian, your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. Sorry, thank you, Warden. There are a couple, I think they're simple questions to answer, but I have a couple, and one is council benefits. What, can you remind me again, what is that council benefits line? Because we don't receive benefits as such.
It will be things like, I know for sure, like CPP, that type of thing, where you're mandatory, you have to do it.
You're thinking health benefits and other types of benefits, but these are more federal employee related benefits that we have to, they're more like payroll benefits.
Yes, yeah, they're all payroll. We're mandatory that we have to do it.
We have a catch-all term for that, but it may not be the term you use.
So another one was just going forward, for coming years, next year, hopefully. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, the actuals. I know you gave us a couple of actuals, but it's nice to know what the actuals are that we actually spent on the budget amount, because it's kind of a blind number right now. And I know they would be very skewed from 2020 compared to normal. And I think in the past, you even did like the year before to sort of even it out to give an idea. I'm just asking, is that something to plan for going forward on Questica?
Absolutely. So that's the benefit of Questica. That's the reason that I stressed myself out to make sure that we did that this year. But yes, going forward, we'll be able to, and if you want a couple years, definitely we'll make sure that we incorporate that in there. Again, there'll be projections because we still have year end. But yes, Questica can put that information out there.
Okay, thank you. I think with the way COVID has adjusted everything and the numbers and what we're spending, it would be good to have a couple of years, I think, of actuals.
Yeah.
My last comment would be to the transit. I believe Allison made the comment yesterday that that's a very fluid thing, and maybe instead of just talking about a Saturday, maybe we can use that towards vaccine, traveling people that can't have their own travel. Way to get there is to go to vaccine sites and stuff like that. I mean, that's something we should look at going forward. I think Allison made that comment yesterday on it.
Yep, through the warden to Councillor Rob, absolutely. I'm going to ask my team member if she can have a look at that. and have a conversation with Voyago. Because when we brought them on as a purchase of service, they indicated they would do some kind of one-off trips. Maybe we can chat to a little bit to them about what this could look like.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for me.
Okay. To Brian's point, I think going forward, I think, yeah, we do need, when we're doing the 2022 budget, I think you want to have 2020, you also want to have 2019, because obviously 2020 is going to be different. But I think it will be very interesting to see those actual figures for 2020, just to see where there were savings, right? And all of that. I guess my one point, and I think we've done a very good job throughout the whole document, is trying to keep things as level as possible. I was at our fire board. I was at one of our fire board meetings last night, and we were doing our budget. And that was the thing, is that even though this year might be different again with travel and all of that, we still can't lose sight that eventually that's going to come back. And so, even playing with some of these line items, the travel expenses and the meals and all that, I think you've been very conservative with that, and that's fine. But I think we do have to realize, 2022, 2023, those expenses are going to come back. And, we should just be mindful that even though there might be a bit of a hiatus on how we're spending money in certain areas, we may be asked to spend that again on those line items in years to come. Curtis, you had your hand up.
Actually, you pretty much just nailed it on the head of what I was going to say, that I was going to talk about the travel expenses and council dinners and that type of thing prior to our council meetings, that having it reduced by 25%, at the end of the day, it probably could be 50%, but it's looking forward as to what it's going to be like in 2022. But the nice part is that our budget committee will always have 3 consistent members on it. So you're going to be seeing, we'll see that in 2022 by the board members to go, okay, well, that has to be increased because of that. And at the end of the day, you're right. I think we need to see the actuals dating back. And as crazy as it sounds, it's not going to be 2 years. It'll be 3 years, because it'll be 2019, 2020, 2021, and then budget it for 2022. It'll be interesting to see that document next year.
Exactly. Yeah. Ina.
Just to add on to that, the other part that will be interesting is to see what kinds of permanent reductions we can get from things like working from home and not having this, there'll be shifts in other parts too, I think. So having that comparison and then understanding what's driving cost savings or cost increases better is going to make us do better work down the road too, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point, Warden, in that what I've been noticing so far is that when you do something for 4 months, it's easy to recognize savings initially. When you move past 4 months into a year and 4 months, then you have to start thinking about some of those savings in the long term and the costs. So I'll give you a good example. Working from home was an example Ina gave. Now we have to start thinking about, okay, if this is going to be a permanent state, how are we going to work on ergonomics, for example? How are we going to work on making sure our WSIB costs remain low whenever employees aren't in our workplace? There's a long list of things that we challenge Jessica to think about whenever the environment is less controlled. And it isn't all gravy. Like whenever you think about the cost savings, you do have to think about some new costs, whether it's technology costs or there's probably like 20 of them that we're thinking about in the long term. But Ina's right. It's going to be real interesting to see where some of those savings can be maintained over the long term.
Cindy, in the facilities operating with the county building, what is our responsibility now that we're a tenant?
I can take that one, Cindy, if you want.
Yes.
So are you just talking about 399 now when you say that? Yeah, I guess you are.
Yeah.
So at 399, we have what I would call sort of a tenant's maintenance responsibility. So we're responsible for light bulbs and for minor repairs. We're just not responsible for capital. We're also doing some grounds maintenance. And, you know, when I say grounds maintenance, you know, cutting the grass and making sure things are shoveled. So I call that sort of tenant's maintenance responsibility, not landlord's maintenance responsibility, if you know what I mean, Ward. And are changing, I guess what you should expect from me is a strategy, and you should expect it because you're going to get one, a strategy on how facilities maintenance changes as a result of the sale. And that sort of next step is, you know, we have a facilities manager. What happens whenever we're in a tenant position long-term versus a landlord position long-term, especially without 50 King in our portfolio of properties. And so my thought is that we're going to be transitioning. We talked yesterday about cleaning and about we are contracting out most of our facilities maintenance. So if you think about the facilities we have, it's Gainsborough and then Garage, our library, all of our libraries are leased from the municipalities, but all of our ambulance stations aren't leased, and there's some ownership there as well. So in all of those cases, we're going to need cleaning, and in some of those facilities, we're going to need maintenance, regular maintenance for operational reasons. And so we have to start transitioning that function away from being focused on 50 King and into our other facilities to try and reduce costs and there. Oh, and then the other one we own, sorry, I forgot about, is the ambulance headquarters, which is very new, but starting to get to the age where you're starting to see that regular maintenance be required, and how can we reduce our costs there?
I'm curious about the line under facility, the county building cleaning. So what all does that encompass?
Cindy, you better take that one.
Well, that would be the cleaning contract that they have to clean our building, which gets cleaned every single day.
Still? Oh, I guess it has to, right?
Yeah.
With COVID.
Now, as I said, I gave you some of those actuals.
Yeah.
And I think it's because maybe there's not as many people in the building as there has been in the past, and that's why those numbers are a little bit lower. So that's one where I'd say you could probably take a little bit out of those lines if you wanted, because we know at least in first quarter that we won't have as many people in the building. So if you are looking, like you always ask, where would you ask to give up some money or make some reductions? I'd say maybe we could tweak a little bit there. So,
well, I guess
our cleaning costs in that area, though, Warden, are not COVID cleaning. They're regular office cleaning, and that's a complete. As you know, I think I'm just saying something you already know. That's a completely different animal than what it is we need. And so we've been backfilling that cleaning requirement with our facilities people in-house at 399.
Okay. I guess my question is, take COVID out of it. As a tenant, we are responsible for our cleaning our own offices.
Yes.
Okay.
That was actually, that's very consistent with even when the health unit was at 50 King or in the Middlesex room. That's very consistent with the leases we had with them. Also very consistent, the lease we now have.
And if I could ask another follow-up question along the same line. So now that we're tenants, how does that change? And I was trying to figure out if there was a change. How does it change the insurance for that building? Because we're just a tenant. So I didn't see a reduction in insurance because of the building. Maybe it's somewhere I couldn't find it. And then additionally, wherever that maintenance line is, so there's like the cleaning and grounds and maintenance. So are we still having to like cut well, I'm assuming we're still cutting the grass and maintaining it, but it's only to a certain point, or are we also having to maintain all the way over to 50 King still?
No, it's,
Yeah.
oh, go ahead. You go first, Cindy.
I'll take the insurance piece. So through the warden to Councillor Smith. And I think Chris is on the line as well.
Yes.
We did get an update in regards to that. So we think the new amount is probably closer to about 9,000. And I said the actual in 2020 was about 10,000. So is it a little bit lower than what I had in the budget? That's why I said that's one area I probably could cut a little bit, just based on what we've heard just today. Chris got an update.
Yep. Yeah, the insurance, we had to change that as a tenant's insurance just to cover off what we have in the building. So, our computers, materials, things like that. So, so that's why we're seeing a reduction in the insurance. And then the grounds maintenance and the cleaning and stuff is there because we're a rent-free tenant and we're still collecting revenue since Cindy has that revenue in the budget from leasing spaces of the building. So part of the deal that we signed when we sold the building or the property for us to stay in the building was to take on the day-to-day maintenance of 399 so we could continue to operate there as the county and have the ability to lease parts of that building and the parking revenue.
Just be careful when you use the term maintenance, Chris. We need to define it every time.
Yeah.
Because we're not talking about capital maintenance. We're
That's
talking
correct.
about tenant maintenance again. I don't know if you heard that part of the conversation. I just don't want anybody to get confused.
No, I've been listening. It's like an operational maintenance is the way I think about it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the update. And I did hear you, Cindy, saying it was the insurance was going to be reduced. I just didn't put two and two together as to why it was being reduced by that much.
Okay, any other comments or discussion on this piece of the puzzle? At what point, Cindy, do you think we would have the actuals for 2020?
I could, if we're planning to meet one day next week, I can have my staff run the most accurate actuals I can give you, and we can talk about those.
I think that's good information to have for sure. So however you can work towards that, that would be great.
Well, we're also going to need it at some point. We're also going to need it at some point for surplus discussion, right, Warden? And so there'll be that opportunity as well. Right, Cindy?
Yes, we tend to do that surplus report with council later after we've gone through the audit, but I can give a best guess where we are at a certain point of time. I already have.
We sometimes give like a summary report. That would be good.
Yep.
But and then we say, hey, we're pretty close here, but that would also be helpful for the committee, I think, as we get closer to the finish line on the budget, is if we had the best guess report coming forward.
Okay, so if we're done with administration, maybe we can move on to the next three, the health unit, the tax stabilization, and OMPF. Does that work for everyone? Okay, Cindy.
There we go. I'm just trying to find my pages here.
I know.
So I guess there's been some conversation around the land ambulance and what amount we should have in the budget and what I've actually put in the budget. So I'm kind of looking for my summary sheet, but I took the budget that we had last year, and I went to the sheet that you have in there, what talked about just that additional 5,000 and some change, and that's what's in the budget for 2021. However, yesterday the health unit had budget discussions, and then they passed a decision. And I guess I need to understand what that new amount is that the health unit is asking us to determine if that's different or the same as what's in my budget. And I've looked at my email and I don't see a response yet back from the health unit.
Okay, so there's still more information needed on that one. Okay.
Unfortunately, yes, but hopefully by next week. Hopefully we should have the answer, because the health unit did make a decision last night.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that I really understand what they're asking for compared to what we have. Because like I said, other counties, I've looked at their budgets and they aren't seeing an increase because the mitigation funding was used for 2020 and 2021. So I'm just trying to make sure that we really understand that before we change our budget.
Okay. I guess moving on to stabilization.
Yeah, so if you look at the, Greg, are you able to put that one up, or?
Yep, I can post that. Just bear with me one quick moment.
Because it's still small even when you look at it in front of you.
Okay, I gotta make that larger as well. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna share that now for you.
Oh yeah, that's much better than my sheet. So if you have a look, and we've done a projected of 2021, we actually went back to, and we did it back into 2020. So we did that proceeds of sale. Again, that's what Mr. Rayburn presented to County Council in January of 2021. So we took that report and we put those changes in the tax rate stabilization. And then we also put that out, because you can see going forward into 2025 as well. So you can see with our projected, based on what we know currently, our new balance at the end of 2021, as long as we don't take anything out, we'd be sitting at that 9 million, or sorry, yeah, the 9,920, which is 9 million. So it gives you, if you choose, it gives you a little bit money that you could use that reduces the increased tax levy that we've been talking about. But that's just one option or one tool that you have available to you. But we try to project it. And I guess that's assuming that the proposal in front of you, sale of property, are you in agreement with doing that approach? And as you know, my budget also has other pieces of that proceeds in there as well, like that 400,000 for rent and that type of thing has been built in as well. And the $1 million for the capital for a future building. So that's why we provided this, because like I said, we show it every year to you, but it's also a lot of times past council has went to the tax rate stabilization and pulled from it in order to get the tax rate that you're actually looking at. Or I say it is a levy increase because it's a county. And of course, we know it affects the residential rates as well.
Okay.
And the OMPF, I kind of walked through the OMPF when I did my beginning presentation, and I talked about the decrease in the OMPF for 2021. And as we know that for the county anyway, OMPF has been decreasing over the last number of years, and it's quite significant, the decrease. And I showed you, well, I've talked about in the past over the 5-year, and if we go even further, it's kind of very significant, the impact of OMPF on the county. So the only other option we have is levy.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess now at this point is we look, you kind of reflect on, everybody's presented their budget to you, and you have that recap report that shows the highlight and shows the impact of what you heard for the last 2 days, and you have to decide, are you comfortable with the budgets? Is there more questions? Do you want somebody to come back and talk a little bit about some of the increases or some of the things that they're asking for? Or you just make it on your own, or we talk about, is there other sources? That's why tax rate stabilization is one source. Chris, I know, is still on the line. We talked a little bit about, we know he will have a surplus coming forward from the maintenance. So that's maybe something that can be used towards like the cycling strategy. At our next meeting, we will have surplus as well. But I know in the past, I haven't automatically just said take from surplus, because what we've done historically here at the county, every time we have a surplus, it just goes back to your tax rate stabilization anyway. This year, it will look a little differently because we do have that additional COVID dollars that we have.
Warden, it might be good to let some of this stuff marinate a little bit and then have people email Cindy and I with, and you, of course, with thoughts on what they're thinking, and then have another discussion. That's what I would like to do personally.
I know personally that's how I'm feeling. I'm just kind of feeling a little like numbered out, you know, and so to think about solutions and think about is a little bit much for me at the moment, but looking at my colleagues, wondering what their initial thoughts are at this time. Brian, Curtis, Ina?
I'll start, I guess. I'm a little bit like you. I was going to ask more specific questions, what the committee thought of a couple of the budgets that were presented, you know, more specifically, but I can wait till the next time we meet where we get a chance to look at the numbers more. That might be better, actually, getting together, because I'm fine with that if that's all right. And then if there's specific questions, can email them straight to Cindy or you know, to Bill or whatever. So I'm good with that.
Sorry, Brian, did you say email the questions after we've had a chance to get a big 30,000 foot view, like integrated 30,000 as opposed to?
Yeah, like, you know, to have this and then as we come across them, I think is a good time to send emails out to staff. And or do you want to include the whole committee with these things, like put almost a group email together to
yeah,
because there's a couple of big increases, and I'm struggling with, you know, with a couple of the things, and so I'd like to get the rest of committee's thoughts on that as well, but I'm not sure today's the right day for it.
Just to add to that, just going through our Adelaide Metcalf budget process, what we did was we kind of like talking about doing something very similar where we went through all the departments, and then if there's any questions, we sent them in to Morgan, and then at the following meeting, he went through them, you know, question by question, answering them, having a discussion about it. It works really well, just doing it in this new format, being on Zoom, to be able to just send all the questions in, and then having the answers already, you know, formed. You could talk if Bill or Cindy thinks that they need to, you know, talk to whoever asked the question and, you know, figure out, kind of dive down deeper, but then to have some discussion at the next meeting. I think it worked really well.
As long as the conversation happens as a group, right? As long as we have the conversation as a group and not just as a couple of people. I agree with you, Curtis.
Yeah.
No, I think that's a good point. Ina?
I was just nodding my head. Yes, as a group.
Yeah, no, I think if we have the committee email comments, we're all in it. And then I think we do reconvene next week. Just
Are we looking at, sorry?
No, as I just keep saying, it's just to me, I've just found this a lot, and I don't know if it's because, I mean, it is a lot, but I don't know whether it seems even more so doing this via Zoom, and like, I don't know, I'm thinking I just feel a lot more kind of hit than I normally do during this kind of process. But anyways.
I think, Warden, it's also because we've condensed it into 2 days. Typically, I think it's over 3 days, and then we come back during a 4th day. And I think we just because of the Zoom format, people are able to, you know, come in, go out, and it's been a lot of information.
Yeah, we did condense it quite a bit.
So I've got the tentative date as Thursday and Friday next week.
Yeah, that should give us lots of time to respond in detail to any questions you might have, put together some plan Bs, that kind of stuff.
So do we want to reconvene then Thursday at 9?
Are we booking 9 to 3:30?
No, not that long. Just maybe
the whole day.
maybe 9 to 11, Warden.
Good morning, yes.
9 to noon?
Yeah.
Block off the whole morning.
Okay. 19, Thursday and Friday, got it.
I guess one thing I can also ask, if there is a target you're thinking about, or you just want me to come back, because I've given you what the current levy increase is if we include everything and don't take money out of tax rate or that type of thing. So if there's a couple of scenarios, if you want to email them, so we can come back with those as well. Because I know I put them in my tool and I come back with a new levy amount. I can also tell you what does that mean if we use the same tax rates as what we had in 2020. I can actually show you what the residential tax rate impact would be. And I've done that before with you. You know, I usually put it up on the screen, but it's going to be hard to do that on Zoom. So I could do some of that behind the scenes because it gives you kind of a feel of what that's going to look like.
Yeah.
The other thing, Warden, we could do is you and I could just put together 5 or 6 discussion starter questions for people to think about as well. And that might be helpful just to sort of get people's thoughts going. And then that might help lead to some emails about, hey, here's what we think we should do.
Sure.
Oh, just to clarify, Cindy, are you saying that you would send out those scenarios out to us ahead of time, like before next Thursday?
I can, absolutely, yeah.
That would be great. Again, we'd have more talking points. And, you know, I'm not really enjoying doing this on Zoom, but I have to say at least it's much easier for other counselors to join in. That's one thing about it. That's the good thing, you know, that even if they can only spend this many hours or that many hours, or that's the good side to it.
It's also good for the public to be able to see some stuff that they may not have been able to see before. But I think we could get you some scenarios, but that was my idea with the questions. You know, what are your targets? What projects do you think we should review? That type of stuff. And that'll help educate the scenarios that Cindy can run.
Okay.
Yeah, because if we're looking at, okay, just to pick on Chris, bicycle strategy, and if we're looking at, you know, the strategy that we have in place and what are priorities and what can we kind of flex a little bit 1 year or 2 years and all of the other stuff, then maybe, I don't know, in some ways you could say cycling strategy is kind of low-hanging fruit. But I mean, our conversation today was exactly the opposite. We're talking about we've had the plan in place. We need to get started. I think one of the words was we need to bite the bullet. So at least 3 of us spoke to don't do, but maybe what we have to do is, I don't know, but that's, I think what you're saying, Bill, is if we have a topic, a content area, and we can see what impact it has on that, and then how does that roll through? If we have 4 or 5 talking ones, we can establish what's important to us as council and what do we want to push forward and what do we see as, I don't, you want to use the word optional because that's somebody's budget and it's important to get things done, but it gives us a sandbox in which to play for certain.
Yeah, that's right. And I think Doug Raycraft used to say at council that every public good project is a good idea until you have to look at it in the global budget. And if you go through, like you just said, you said everybody spoke in support of this or everybody spoke, yeah, but let's look at it in terms of the global budget and see what that means in terms of tax implications and then start working back from there. That's a good process for us. And I think the warden and I can come up with some great discussion questions to help get that going for next week.
That'd be awesome.
Okay. Any other final comments, questions, considerations? Oh,
I have one. Did you like the format this year where we actually had the presentation and then we walk into the budget highlights and they walk through the budget?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Ina.
I also thought it was good that there was that, it was a very consistent kind of introduction. Here's what we've been doing COVID, here are the challenges for 2021. And right away you knew you were attuned to, here are the issues that each of the areas is facing, has faced or wants to address going forward. So I like the format in terms of the consistency and approach of how content was presented as well.
Any other comments on that? Questions? Okay, so if we're good, Bill and I will work on a kind of a question document and we'll get that out, but start formulating what it is you're looking for, and we can get that information out. And then Thursday, Curtis.
Just the information that'll be sent out, will that be electronic, or shall we expect a magic package at our front door?
I was going to say,
Electronic. Bill's only got one lap in it.
Okay, I just didn't know if I had to make sure it wasn't snowing, because my pages, I had to iron them out. No, I'm kidding. I didn't do that, but it was snowing that day.
I guess that means no cinnamon rolls.
well, who knows?
Who knows? You never know. But we're going to aim for
I'm
electronic.
going to be, remember, I'm, at OGRA next week, so.
Me too.
I don't think I've got a kitchen in my room at the Royal York. So. Oh, I wish. Oh well. Okay, if that's it, then I would ask for a motion to adjourn. I guess before I did that, thanks Cindy, your team, Greg, all your support the last 2 days and the support that you've given Cindy, Chris, to all the staff. Thanks so much. It's been, different, but we've gotten through it. So enjoy your weekend. A motion to adjourn. Curtis and Ina. All opposed, and that's carried. Okay.